Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of our Dark Souls 1 Remastered, or not Fear the Old Lore, but in this case, Prepare to Lore Edition stream. Last time we finished off with defeating Artorias of the Abyss, crashed on him for a little bit, learned some interesting things about the fight, mechanically at least, so that was a lot of fun, and today we're going to be continuing along with talking to Kieran with Gough and fighting Kalameet before heading into Oolacile Township. So Emlyn, welcome back to the stream. Thank you for the good luck. I'm not sure if I actually want to talk to her just yet. Maybe I should leave her. Maybe I should save after this since we've already got the footage of Artorias and everything. So yeah, maybe I should save now that I think about it. It's probably the safer thing to do. And Katie, welcome back as well. I didn't realize she spawned in immediately after the fight. Thought you had to talk to Gough a little bit first to get her to go in there. I don't remember off the top of my head if there's a different order of dialogue that they use if you talk to either one first. So just in my head, it was that you needed to talk to Gough first, then he tells you about her, and then she shows up, but obviously that's not quite the case. So with that all saved, we'll take a good look at her. And I should probably ember up the next bonfire, because that'll be the one, it's probably the fastest you use to get to Kalameet. Well, it definitely is, but... Well, I guess you could probably just run off the edge from the one next to Elizabeth. I don't know. Interesting that she's praying to this grave here, which wasn't here during the fight, so it's likely one that she created for Artorias himself. And part of the reason why I say that's interesting is because it doesn't align with where we find Sif guarding the tombstone in the Darkroot Garden. So whether Artorias' memorial or body was moved, or if there's something to the story that we don't fully understand or get information about is a little bit unclear, but this is most likely meant to be more of a memorial than actually where his body is, even though it does look like the ground has been dug up a little bit there, but just a little bit of my take on it. Let's get close. Have the cinematic zoom. Okay. I don't know what that like little eel looking like thing is in front of it. Maybe it's a scarf. Maybe that was his scarf. Maybe there's an item that she has which kind of elucidates a bit further. But despite this being a relatively recent tombstone, it looks very old and decrepit. They're out of the frame. Okay. Alright, that's pretty good footage for that. Looks like hair. Yeah, it does kind of look like hair, and it kind of reminds me of like some of the talismans that we see. So it makes me wonder if it's like a scarf. You'd almost think it would be her hair or something like that, but as we see, she does have like really long, like blonde hair, perhaps. So that just doesn't quite match up. And as we try to examine her face, we can see that it's covered with a mask. So we don't really get a good look at her. Maybe if we do some camera shenanigans. Yeah, you can kind of make out the outline of her face. But I don't think we're going to be able to actually like see anything super detailed. Okay, now. Let's talk to her. What angle do I want to use on this? Maybe this one? No, because then I'll be in the way of the flower. Maybe more like this.
You. Is that not the soul of the man who fell on this spot? He was a dear friend. I wish to pay proper respect with that soul. Would you be willing to part with it? Yes, of course. I must not be presumptuous. Artorius would not have approved.
Katie makes a good point by saying it probably looks old and decrepit because it was made from the debris around. Yeah, I think that's a good possibility because there obviously has not been enough time to have such a withered tombstone in that location there due to natural causes. Stella B, welcome back in, and Goddess Spaghetti as well. Emily says, there's something in her items about gray hair, but the thing looks black, so you're not so sure it's connected? Okay, we'll have to check that out in a moment here.
What is it? Something else? Have you changed your mind? Thank you. You are very kind. Please take this. I no longer need it.
Dark Silver Tracer and the Gold Tracer.
May the Lord guide thee. May the Lord guide thee.
And so let's check out our new weapons. These are probably like daggers. I guess not. But they're probably curved swords then. That's the Gold Tracer. Where's the Dark Silver one? I guess it wasn't called Dark, just the That's not a talisman. Oh, there it is. Just missed it so many times. Okay. This is a dark silver dagger used by the Lord's Blade Kieran of Gwyn's Four Knights. The victim is first distracted by dazzling streaks of the cold tracer, then stung by the vicious poison of this dagger. Let's check out the gold one again. Curved sword used by the Lord's Blade Kieran, one of Lord Gwyn's Four Knights. Kieran brandishes her sword in a mesmerizing dance, etching the darkness with dire streaks of gold. So based on the weapons that Kieran uses, I think that there's probably more of a thematic connection between her and like the dancer. Because the dancer uses two different kinds of blades, and the way that these daggers are described is that of like a dancer almost. So it's a very fast, fluid movement, which kind of goes for her. I don't actually know if she'll use them now that she's given her weapon to us. Because obviously we're going to fight her to get the soul of Artorius back. There's really no reason to not attack her, because the rewards that you get from her are the same regardless. So you're just kind of a bastard man for doing it, but it's necessary if you want all the items. Pencil the Fourth, welcome back. You said, is Midir linked to Kalameet? Explicitly, no, he isn't. Kalameet is described as an everlasting dragon, and Midir is described as a descendant of one. So whether or not Midir is descended from Kalameet might be arguable, but I don't think there's enough evidence to say either way, really.
You humans, always taking what you please. Then I shall do the same.
So she just had some spare daggers chilling in her pockets, I guess. She actually has a lot of health for like a hunter NPC. Oh, that still hit me technically? That's weird. Whatever. Good dagger at me.
How? You humans, my dear Artoria.
Get her set. So that's pretty much it for her. We've already lost our Soul of Artorias permanently, so we're gonna go ahead and reload the save. And maybe this time I'll talk to her, tell her no, and then go talk to Go. And do all that stuff. So the Porcelain Mask. Mask of the Lord's Blade, Kieran, one of Gwyn's 4 knights. The Cyclops headpiece is common to all of the Lord's Blades, but Kieran was determined to earn this soft porcelain mask as a unique decoration of honor. The mask is lined with ivory locks of hair. So, oh yeah, I should probably equip that now that I think about it, just to show off some of the hair. So, despite me saying that it's a bit questionable if the hair was hers, there might be a reason to believe that just because, like, this helm piece itself already has, like, the ivory locks within it. So it could be her hair. Let's double check the armor and stuff. Robe of the Lord's Blade, Kieran, one of Gwyn's 4 knights. A robe common to all of the Lord's Blades. These deadly women shift nimbly between layers of darkness, etching streaks of gold into the night air and planting visions of terror into the minds of their targets. So from that point on, it's pretty similar. And looking at this overall design, it actually does kind of remind me of the Iron Dragon Slayer set in Dark Souls 3. Just, it has like the more blue adornments covering it. Which is kind of interesting. Like, I don't think they're supposed to be explicitly connected, but at the very least, if they were using, or if the Dragon Slayers were in service of Gwyn, it would make sense that these kind of pieces of armor look pretty similar overall. And even with that being said, I think the Dark Wraith set also looks somewhat similar to this as well. If you just got rid of, like, the blue robes and stuff. It's kind of funny that even on the male quote, like the male set, essentially, it's still a female design. So with that out of the way, let's go ahead and reload. Someone says, you don't think she drops the soul, it just reminds you of Yuria set in 3. Yeah. So the Lord's Blades is the ladies' regiment? Maybe. That's kind of how it sounds. Because it says they were all women. And so it is a little bit unfortunate that there's not more to it than that. That we don't get signs of other Lord's Blades. And obviously, like, the blue in her set piece is also kind of reminiscent of Artorias' armor. Speaking of which, we should probably go back to Firelink Shrine and see Dominal of Zena, because he might sell Artorias' gear, if I remember correctly. Oh, that looks pretty.
You, is that not the soul of the man who fell on this spot? He was a dear friend. I wish to pay proper respect with that soul. Would you be willing to part with it? Yes, of course. I must not be presumptuous. Artorias would not have approved.
So with that done, let's go see our buddy Go. I don't remember if there's actually an enemy or two on the way to see him. I don't think... It feels like there were... I just don't remember. And as we come up like this Coliseum type place, we still see figures or statues of the potentially like women with the birch tree branches, which is kind of more related to like sorceries, I guess. Trying to get a good look at them. Maybe we can't do it from this angle. Or the witch tree branches, whatever they're called. You took it more as they're the women assassins of Gwen. Maybe I could see that. So that's Oolacile Township, which we already came from. I already forgot about that treasure. We need to go get that. Oh, I think we need to go. I don't remember actually where to get the key for Go. Now that I think about it, maybe it's down over by the river. So I guess I'll leave Kieran alive for now, and then proceed to do some of the Kalameet stuff. Maybe the key's in Oolacile Township itself. Either way, we can't see our buddy quite yet. So before doing that, let's go back to Firelink and talk to Domino. I don't think I even leveled up. Yeah, I didn't. And then when we come back, we'll maybe ember up that bonfire. Okay, the key is in the township. Apparently Kieran is a masculine name and feminine is Kiara. It means little dark one or little dark-haired one, but you don't speak Irish, so you don't know for sure. That's cool. I knew it was like an Irish name. I didn't realize that it was more traditionally masculine, even though there is like the kind of masculine name of like Kieran in the US. And like the only person that I really know named Kieran is like Kieran Macaulay Culkin's brother. So I don't know if it's just considered more like gender neutral in the US or not. The ragdolls though. See Domino. Oh god, how that takes some skill to walk off just like that. It's in the second mimic of the township down in the church. Okay, so it is pretty down farther then. Okay. I really just walked off like that. That's kind of crazy. Would it even be one of my streams if I just didn't randomly die to gravity for no reason? Now I'm like super paranoid.
Aye, Shemai. I didn't expect to meet anybody here. I suppose great minds think alike, eh?
El Degusto, welcome back in. He said, ahoy, you survived your wisdom teeth extraction and your mouth tastes like an open wound. Buying yummy groceries. Good luck with that. And also glad that your surgery went well. Let's see. Okay, so he does have the Artoria set, which is what I thought. It's all pretty expensive, 20,000 souls. So we almost got enough just from killing Artorias, but we're still short like an item and some change. Helm of Artorias the Abyss Walker, one of Gwyn's 4 knights. The death of the helm's owner can be surmised from the corrosive dark of the Abyss, and the musty azure blue tassel, once a symbol of pride and glory. I guess I inflected that strangely. It can be surmised from the corrosive dark of the Abyss and the musty azure blue tassel, once a symbol of pride and glory. Okay. So everything else is pretty similar on it. Maybe it's not this one. Maybe it's the one in Dark Souls 3 where it talks about how it's wet and cannot dry. Maybe it is also in the Japanese for one. I just don't really remember off the top of my head. At the very least, it shows that there's kind of a kinship between the dark, the abyss, and not being able to dry, or like an aversion to fire, I guess, essentially, because it doesn't dry. Let's go ahead and buy a few things. Just for the hell of it. Because we saw how Kieran's set looked, so let's look at Artorias' set. Skip it. Did I not buy it? No, I saw it. I just saw it. So this one looks a little bit more different, but they definitely look similar, if for no other reason than like the blue. And as we look at his set, we can see that it is kind of like stained with blackness, which might be related to blood, or just like the abyss and the dark in general. Alright. So that'll be good for now. So now we'll be good to go back to Oolacile. I'm trying to debate if I want to show off Kalameet first, or just go into the Township. Oh wait, and since we killed Artorias, I guess you guys said that the Guardians spawn in again, so let's go check that out actually. Izaki probably just thought about naming her after a cool name he once heard. Somewhere and didn't check whether it's gendered, but also etymology may have something to do with Artorias' grave, so you don't know. Alright, so maybe Elizabeth will also say something different since we just got rid of Artorias. So I guess there is more reason to come back here now that I think about it.
Struggling, are we? If there's anything I can do, never hesitate to ask. Thou art from a time far, far ahead. There are many things I wish to ask, but I know that I must not. The perils of our time are overwhelming enough. Was thine eye glancing hither? Thou needst not hide thy wonder. I am a mushroom, after all.
I like how she says we don't need to wonder, but then doesn't bother to explain anything about that situation.
Was that?
Alright, so that's pretty straightforward stuff. Was I going to purchase her gear? I don't think I was, but either way. What's the Oolacile catalyst in this one that the dudes are holding? Which makes sense, because we're kind of in Oolacile. Yeah, maybe I may as well. Even though it doesn't count for anything.
May the flames guide thee.
Alright. Let's go see if those guardian beasts have spawned in and maybe regret our life choices. Oh yeah, there totally are two of them. That didn't... That's so cool looking though, for real. Kind of funny that there's no fog wall to like stop us in here. I wonder if we can just cheese these dudes. It's probably the intended strat. They just keep lobbing all this crap at us. Yeah, I should probably heal. Yeah. This is going to be annoying if I don't summon. I don't even know if I can summon against these two. I was going to say, do they at least have, like, reduced HP? I should probably look at what you guys are saying. Oh, yeah, that's going to be weird. Oh, cool, he's got a tail swipe. Okay, am I poison? That was weird. Okay. Well, I'll give that a few tries, and then I might just leave it, because it's not too important, I guess. Take a lantern for the Oolacile walls. You're getting ice cream so you can blenderize it and drink it? Gotta do what you gotta do. She means she does not want you to tell her for fear of too much info on the future? No, I understand that, but I'm saying like she doesn't explain why she's a mushroom. Stella says, names in Japanese that are more gender specific aren't gendered by noun cases the way it is in Irish or Old Norse, Sif. So it wouldn't surprise you if you didn't bother to look. Yeah. She also could have like taken that name on to just be more masculine herself. It's a possibility. I mean, I don't like fully believe it, but it's just a thought. All of a whiff. I didn't even pick up my souls. Oh. Damn, that range on that. This is a nightmare, holy crap. I think I just buffered an attack and that's gonna hurt. Oh, they can poison me, okay. Didn't realize that. Katie said, you also thought where Artorias came from, you thought about it being related to Arthur, and apparently Old Irish, Latinized version of Arthur is Artorias. You have no idea what it means for the lore. Now this is pod racing. Yeah, so if Artorias is related to Arthur, I guess that wouldn't surprise me a ton. But obviously, like with Arthur being the king of the round table or the knights of the round table, there's going to be quite a few differences since Gwyn occupies the role of the king in these games. Oh, damn it. Just read that. So I can stagger if I ever connect. My camera, please. I'm dead. Artorias was a Roman name first? Makes sense. What do I have? Let's put on the wolf ring again, just to see if I can poise through their attacks. Not like that. You think it's more like Arthur in the sense that Artorias is a tragic hero that fell? Maybe. And he does have like a really important sword. It's obviously like not put into stone or anything like that. It's a little bit unfortunate that there's like 3 versions of it, but I guess comparatively, the sheath of Excalibur Oh, so they can block the lightning if they hit their ally, or like, I said that poorly, but off this wall. That's unfortunate that it shifted me that far. I'm like stuck in between both of them. This is kind of an interesting fight. I feel like I should G's it just because I could. But I am also kind of enjoying the challenge of this. Switch between shield and two-hand? Maybe. Jerk. Damn it. I need to not lock on at all then. And we're poisoned, so we're screwed. I double tapped on the heals for a reason. I'm stun locked. That's just kind of brutal. Why are there two? You must have killed yours too fast. Arthur named all the things we called his spear run? Oh, so they're just two separate sentences. Arthur named all of his stuff and he called his spear on. That was a good death. Thank you, Arrow Robo. And also welcome back to the stream. And I'll probably only give this a few more attempts just because I do want to like progress a little bit more. And this seems like a little bit of a anathema to progression. Anathema to progression, rather. Damn it. Alright, a few more attempts. I feel like if I hit one, I might be able to figure out a timing to keep it stun locked. But I also don't know how much health they have. Actually, this might be an occasion where I'm fine with turning the HUD on, because this isn't like a boss fight or anything where I really need more footage of it. Man, this just feels so weird having the HUD back on. It's annoying. And then that did not help me whatsoever. I'm dead. Roll. Oh, maybe if I use like Iron Flesh, that might help. Actually, let's try it. Who knows? Probably can't cast it. I can. Okay. I might regret this, but it'll be fun to see. It'll be bad if they just spam their lightning at me. How did that happen like that? It's weird. Damn it. I'm not gonna hit him. I'm not gonna hit him. I'm too slow. Can't see what's going on. Oh, we got both of them. Okay, I didn't realize I switched targets. Hey, the plan worked. That was awesome. I can't believe that actually worked. Just get a big ass sword and just don't get knocked down. That's the trick. We did it, and there's nothing for it. Okay. So maybe that's just a good opportunity to get more of the tails? I don't really know. But we did it. Holy crap, and look at how few souls we got for that. That's kind of funny. No music, no fog wall. You don't... It's weird you don't recall this and you just played Dark Souls all the way through. Yeah, so there's really not much of a reason to go back that way after you kill Artorias. And I don't think I discovered that my first time playing through the DLC. So I think it was really just Emlyn pointing it out in the chat that made me like notice it and come back with this way. The strength of the HUD. Thank you. You wonder how many people have fought them straight up in one. Some do hypothesize it's possibly the origin of Arthur, though, so fair thing to consider with the Roman name. I don't think she's gonna say anything. Be like, damn, you're cool. Let's go ahead and change our ring back.
Struggling, are we? If there's anything
You could definitely
I can
say
do.
that. Okay.
May the flames guide thee.
Oh, I forgot to actually talk to her. Not that I expect anything to change.
Not long ago,
Oh.
I had another visitor, a human like thyself, from a faraway time. Only he was dreadfully odious, and I'm afraid that he is still amongst us. He wore a hat and a long black coat. Was thine
Alright, so that was her talking about Marvelous Chester. So let's go ahead and Ember Up, or not Ember Up. I keep calling it that because I don't really know a fast/easy way to talk about it. So let's just use the one humanity for now. And then I don't remember if Chester invades us in here or if it's Oolacile Township itself. It might be the Township, but also let's attune a different spell. Go to the sorceries if we can. Cast Light. No, I guess I don't need to. I could always just equip the maggot head. I'll just leave it anyway because I don't use a ton of magic. And at the very least it's attuned, so if I wanted to I could use it. Which will be useful for going into like the dark area. Not really, but kind of. It'll be maybe somewhat nice to have. Invades in the Township at the wooden bridge. Okay. That's what I thought. But at the very least, we could talk to Chester again, since we did kill Artorias, and he might say something different. If you stay on the other path, he doesn't invade? Okay. I'm still surprised that they put those two Sanctuary Guardians there and didn't make it more of a deal. Even if they just like dropped a random item, it didn't even have to be great. So it definitely feels a little bittersweet for having killed them. Go ahead and save out. Nightbot's telling me to drink. That's probably a good idea. I like how my stream upload speed just drops a crap ton as I try to upload that little bit of data to the server. So I hope you all had a good weekend. I was taking a bit of time and looking at a bunch of the descriptions and trying to work on potential scripts for the next video. I was a little bit busy, but I think it's starting to shape up into something that could be quite nice.
Oh, still alive, are you? Think of anything that you might need? Did you really slay Knight Artorias? I'd heard the Abyss found him first, but even still, that's absolutely treacherous. Yes, magnificently so. Believe it or not, Oolacile has brought the Abyss upon itself, fooled by that toothy serpent. They upturned the grave of primeval man and incited his ornery wrath. What could they have been thinking? But to you and I, it's all ancient history. You have to ask yourself, does it really matter?
So this dialogue with Chester reveals a lot about the situation of Oolacile. It also casts a lot of shadow, let's just say, onto the role of Dark Seeker Koth in his involvement with Oolacile. Why they were deceived by Koth into upturning the grave of the primeval man, we don't know for sure. It might have to do with Koth wanting them to gain the power of the dark, and in so they might have inspired the Oolacilians to go into the kind of a grave of Manus and maybe take more of the dark soul of their own. Maybe it gets related to things like life drain or other kinds of harmful magic.
I've little to talk about, really. Oh, you know me. What do I know?
And then there is also the potential that Chester is lying or not telling the truth, or that he doesn't himself know the full truth. And since he does have like the kind of smiling mask, there is supposed to be that kind of doubt that's supposed to come along with his words. But nonetheless, I do think what he says is plausible, and I don't really have reasons to disbelieve it either. I think that's pretty much it from him. I don't really know if there's anything else I want to buy right now. Maybe firebombs would be nice. Yeah, let's go purchase some of those. And alluring skulls, they might be useful.
So long.
I actually don't really feel like fighting him. We've killed him before. I don't think he's going to say anything different. So let's spare somebody for once. One of the less deserving individuals. Katie says, you've been playing Demon Souls the entire weekend, and god dang, that game is so bad and has no respect for the player. You're freaking loving it. I guess I could show this section off. It's more for PvP, and I'm not too worried about it right now. So we'll leave that be for now, and then we'll go ahead and ember up this bonfire quite a bit. Maybe only once will be sufficient. Kindle the bonfire, I guess is how they call it. Okay. That should be okay for now. Let's repair. I guess we don't have. Good enough. Let's see here if I want to look down here first. I guess there's really not a ton to show off from this angle just yet. So as we look into Oolacile, we'll find a couple of the bloatheads, the types of enemies that Artorias was killing before we encountered him. Just kind of chilling around as we look down into Oolacile. As we can see, many of the buildings are kind of dilapidated and crooked, which probably is meant to suggest the kind of nature of the place that we're about to go to. So as we look at the bloatheads, we can see that they've got really elongated arms, and their heads are covered by this like bulbous mass, essentially. That's covered with eyes, and maybe if we get lucky, we'll end up picking up one of their heads. Oh. Okay, so just an R1 will be enough to kill him. Alright, I'll just go back and heal since I was throwing them off more than they were. Actually, we're doing that. We zoom in, we can see the masses of their red eyes. So, now that I think about it, I wonder if like the red eye orbs originally came from like the Oolacilians. Or maybe it could just because like if they were tricked by Koth, there might be some connection that way, because not everything that comes from the dark has the red eyes, but to be fair, there is like a decent number of enemies that are related to the dark and do get more like glowing eyes and things like that. And also another thing that's worth pointing out about these types of enemies is that they've got kind of primitive looking biology, just because like their arms are extremely long, more like gorillas. They reach down to their feet and then some. Not standing completely upright, so that just kind of might lead into why they're more primeval than normal humans, since they've been exposed to the dark. They might be regressing on the path of evolution, I guess. And to go along with that, I guess they also have like more of a monkey-like sound design. And as we see, their hands are much, much larger. And as we look at Manus, and as we got teleported into Oolacile, it was a giant hand that was covered with eyes, which brought us to this location. So this is kind of a better image of what we're going to be going down into. I don't know how well I can show it off, though. Not super well. Okay. Either way. Professor Gomez, welcome back in. Greetings, you just have arrived to the stream. How was the fight with Artorias? It was pretty good. He beat my butt a few times. Then I stopped getting scared of him, and then realized that I could stagger him, and that kind of just changed the fight dynamics. This time around, he gave me a better run for my money than the first time I fought him, so that was kind of nice. Because I didn't really respect the fight before the stream, because I beat him so easily the first time I fought him. And Titanite shard? Okay, that's important. Eric says, staking souls in the bonfire blockchain. The blowhead arms remind you of mimics. Birdie Sanders, welcome in. Those eyes together remind you of a winter lantern from Bloodborne, scary looking things. Yeah, that's also probably another good reference to make, especially when we get to like the shamans or the casters of the blowheads. Because they can use more magic style attacks, and those are probably worth showing off if I can. So I don't know if that's like Dark Orb or Dark Bead. I forget what spell is what in Dark Souls 1 especially. But if we look at them more closely, we can see that they have a hugely elongated left arm. Maybe the right arm is a little bit smaller. And that might relate to like the left-hand path, a sinister, wicked path in a lot of folklore, more aligned with evil and things like that. And they use their kind of catalyst to cast those spells, the spells of darkness. So this just kind of reveals that they're more attuned to the abyss and the dark. I hear the enemy stomping around and it makes me nervous. Holy crap! We got the sorcerer head on the first try. I was kind of hoping it'd be the staff, but the head's really good too. Can't believe that luck. Perfect timing for just like getting introduced to these enemies too and being able to talk about the lore. Somebody's cutting the grass. I need to turn up my volume real quick. I guess my volume was a little bit low to begin with. The bloated sorcerer head. The head of an Oolacile resident whose humanity went wild after being devoured by the Dark of Manus, Father of the Abyss. The bloated head is fissured, the cracks lined with innumerable tiny red eyeballs, and accented by protruding brain parts. It is lightly enchanted, suggesting that it may have belonged to a sorcerer. So this is kind of the head of the Oolacile sorcerers, and as it says, like the parts of the brain are protruding from it, which is just super metal. And if we look at the front of it, we've got like these kind of almost like insectoid feelers coming out of them, which kind of reminds me of the things that you can see with like the chaos demons and the like Craig spiders or whatever they're called. Crag spiders. Hear the dude screaming now. Okay. Black Bloom, welcome back in. You said it's more like a stereotype of primitive apes' limbs aren't much longer than humans. We just stand in a posture that makes our limbs look smaller, but we're quite spindly creatures. Yeah. Drop-kicking Chester head. Bloodborne kind of has the same thing as making the beast things longer, but long legs isn't exactly a wolf thing. Maybe that's the idea, that humans are not becoming something else, but rather more of themselves. Yeah, and I don't remember if it's the Dark Wraith set in 1 or 3, which poses the question, like, they might be more human than we are, because they're kind of delving into the dark. And I'll get to that a little bit more in just a moment here. The next section is where Chester invades on the left, thank you. And looks a lot like a chaos bug. Do you have any thoughts on the architecture of Oolacile? I'll get to that in a moment too, but not like a crazy amount, other than, like, it seems warped, dilapidated, or like falling into the abyss. And that might be representative of their residents as well, having more warped aspects of humanity. Transformation must have been painful. Maybe not if your brains are all on the outside. Then Blackbloom said, they're becoming more of themselves, that the corruption exaggerates the forms that already exist. So yeah, I think that's a good possibility there. And not like all aspects of the dark are kind to people as well. And I'll talk about that more, probably in a more dedicated video, just because it's a huge topic. What was I saying right before that? Oh yeah, the stuff with the winter lanterns. So these things are covered with eyes, and in general, they kind of remind me of what you'd get with the research hall patients in Bloodborne, the disembodied heads. And so there is kind of the cross-game references which exist in Dark Souls 1 as well. Obviously would have originated here, or Demon Souls first. Still pretty amazed that we got the sorcerer head on the very first drop from that thing. As we look into the architecture of Oolacile itself, as Birdie was asking, it is generally smaller than some of the other places that we've been to. Like Anor Londo has more giant buildings. The Undead Burg is kind of similar in its construction to this place, in that the buildings are smaller, more fit for humans. But overall, I'm not entirely sure how much else can be said, because part of the landscape is just fallen into a state of disrepair just because of its falling into the abyss, kind of. I thought the thing was going to transform almost like a... Screw you, Chester. You know, Patches, you're not going to kick me off the side. He doesn't drop any items. And I actually don't remember if Chester disappears from where he was before. I think he mentioned something about like us still being alive, or he's pissed off about it or something. Maybe I should have let him kill me and maybe talk to his real NPC. I don't know if anything changes. I don't really know if it's footage that I needed specifically though. Warrior. Trying to remember. Oh, okay, I remember. I was trying to spawn and run for that crystal lizard a lot one time because I forgot that I could just reload the game. Ow. Just tank that. Depends on the speed and the consciousness. In Bloodborne, it's body horror, so quick and painful. In this place, it may have taken over years. Emlyn recommends getting the key first, otherwise Chester locks you out of the dialogue. Oh, okay. So we could reload real quick, because we just came in here the first time. It'll suck that we'll lose like the sorcerer head, but it's not the end of the world. How long has Oolacile been in disrepair? It's hard to say from this location, just because, what's it called? That's cool. Probably gonna die. Well, I will die like that. Oh, we're gonna reload it anyway. There's the question of how long Oolacile has been in the Abyss before we've arrived here. That's hard to say. And Oolacile stuff happened at least 300 years, I think they said it was, before the stuff with the main events of the game. So it could have been for a long while, but it's hard to say. We don't really see what Dark Wraiths look like. They always wear the full body armor, unless we're ripping off their skin to wear. Well, I think we kind of are, because the games do say that the armor fused with their flesh, I think. Which is pleasant to think about, I'm sure. Okay, it's the red eye orb in one that says perhaps they are more human than we are. Okay. We definitely have that item, I'm pretty sure. Walking back my goalpost right there. So I'll check that out. They have a spooky laugh? Gruesome. Alright, so we talked to him. I'm not worried about that dialogue.
Oh, did you really? Believe it or not, what you?
And then I need to ember up again. Kindle the bonfire, as it were. Okay, I'm still human, which I thought. Mr. Walster, welcome back in, as well as Patrick again. Nice to have both of you again. And let's check our red eye orb before I forget. Do I only have the cracked one? Rip. That's not a key item, is it? I don't think so. So I don't have it on me, but at the very least we do know it comes from this game as well. Those dudes down. Now we've got like the caster. Oh, did not. actually lock on, which is unfortunate. Guess they don't do a ton of damage because of the ring that I've got and everything. So yeah, they do have like a goofy witch staff. That's creepy. Actually, it's kind of sitting up, so it's a good opportunity to look at it. Spooky. I want to go this way first, maybe. I'll loop back around. That was weird. Not how I meant to do it at all. Out somehow. And then I'll read chat before I hop down. Some say the skeletal mask of an ancient dark wraith is partially fused with the flesh of its face. Believe it was the mask that said that. Luster says, LP, you just thought of something you thought about for a bit? But if Lawrence is in the Hunter's Nightmare, how is his skull in the Grand Cathedral outside of it? So, I would say that the skull in the Grand Cathedral in the Nightmare is more of a manifestation of Lawrence's emotions as opposed to like a literal physical skull in that case. I think the skull talks about that in its actual item description there. Sounds like something's following me. It's not. Okay. Just my thoughts, I suppose. Buffalo billing our way through Lordran. Right before you jump, use the lantern on the corner. In your opinion, you think the skull in the cathedral is his real skull and Lawrence in the dream is his astral form like Mikolash? Blue Mew almost forgot about those guys. Also, welcome back, Blue Mew. Not their physical bodies inside the nightmare. For some of them, it probably is. Lawrence's skull itself might be more of a... Oh, totally misjudged that. This is probably more of a recreation of his own emotions. And it's more of a representation of his humanity than his actual humanity in the nightmare. As for like the actual boss that we fight, that could also potentially have been like Lawrence's physical body, which is warped by his emotions within the nightmare. Wait, where'd it go? Okay. Hey, okay. That looks normal. Hey, we get Dark Orb. Sweet. Totally forgot about that. I don't remember if it's the Skull Lantern or if it's Cast Light specifically, which opens up things. This one doesn't go anywhere, does it? No, it definitely does. Kind of remember. Dude, are these bugs flying around? No. I don't know what that's supposed to be, if it's like ash or something else. Oh, I almost stepped off there. That would have not been very good. You don't think it's the hunter's physical bodies inside the nightmare? You spoke about literal and metaphorical a lot, but in the case of Bloodborne, even more so. Once probably is long dead, but his tormented soul lives on in the nightmare. That's kind of how I feel about it. I feel like the nightmares themselves are kind of locations for the afterlife in the games. I forgot about that. It's kind of funny. Just like you can also use the magnet. I thought you could use the magnet as well. I just don't want to equip it. Thank you for the reminders, though. So we picked up, what was it, Dark Orb, and then the little thing. Pretty sure there's not anything else in this spot. Just because of the shape of the building. Alright, let's check out our new items. Dark Orb. Abyss sorcery discovered by an Oolacile sorcerer on the brink of madness. Fire Giant Dark Orb. In contrast to standard soul sorceries, Abyss sorceries are weighty and inflict physical damage. Perhaps human souls, because of their humanity, produce sorceries with more tangible presence. Okay, so there's a few things I wanted to talk about this, but I'll talk about the Dark Orb thing more specifically once we pick up Dark Bead as well, as they will tie into each other. The other thing that I wanted to mention before I forgot was, in the Japanese, instead of it saying like the sorcerer is on the brink of madness, it says more specifically that the sorcerer was like in the midst of madness, essentially. So that there's kind of a semantical difference between them. I don't think it really changes too much, but at the very least, it's just one of the things that I've noticed on the text. And the other thing that I was going to mention has to deal with the sorcerer's heads, saying that it was made from the Manus, the father of the Abyss. And I don't know if I've said it on these streams yet, but the term that they use for father can be kind of ambiguous in the Japanese, in that it could mean the host or lord of something, and if somebody's like the lord of something, it's somewhat fine to call them a father. But it could also be nushi, which can mean like the guardian of something. And so one of the examples of that would be like in Sekiro, if you go into the koi pond area in the Mist Noble Palace, there's the gigantic koi, it's called like the master of the pond or whatever they use for it in the English. And it could just be that Manus himself has spent so long in the Abyss, he's kind of become the guardian spirit of the Abyss as well. And so there is a good possibility that the Abyss itself doesn't necessarily spring from Manus. It just probably means that one part of the Abyss sprung from him just because he's so affiliated with the dark and he's spent so long in the dark in the grave, I would expect. That'll become more relevant as we go further on as well. Blackbloom says, you thought Father Abyss was meant as an origin. That's another thing that people tend to think about, and the stuff with the fragmented children in Dark Souls 2 kind of leads into that as well, but it doesn't necessarily mean that explicitly, that he is the origin of all of the Abyss. It's kind of hard to talk about, but one way that I look at the Abyss and Manus would be that the Abyss, you could say, like, surrounds the world in a broader sense, and that with enough shadows or with not enough light, it can kind of interact more with the world in multiple ways. Actually, maybe just hold on for a second, and then I'll try to pull up a stupid picture that I made in MS Paint, which will probably do a poor job explaining it, but it might help. Who knows? Let me pull this up. Where are we at? And then this is the... Okay, so maybe this will help explain some idea. You can ignore the stuff on the left. It's really the more of the things on the right that I was going to focus on. So let's just say that, for instance, the fire creates light and time and all that stuff, and it has form and substance. I would argue that like the dark kind of gets pushed to the fringe of the world then, and where light doesn't reach, that's kind of where like light or dark and shadow exist. And so if we look at the darkness surrounding what I would say, like this, let's just say like this thing right here kind of represents the world as we know it of Dark Souls, where the fire exists and light exists. I feel like on the outside you have darkness because it's, you know, definitely not light. And then there's probably like little fissures or crevices within like the fabric of the world itself, which can allow the abyss, the deeper darkness, to kind of interact with the world as we see it. And so if you consider like a person a vessel in many ways, and they're kind of enclosed spaces, they probably have a little bit of shadow or dark within them, and I feel like the abyss can use that kind of darkness inherent within man to like tunnel through them and kind of interact with the world. Granted, that's just kind of a personal theory. You don't have to believe that, but hopefully that makes a bit of sense just with what I'm talking about with Manus. So with Manus potentially being dead for so long, and me saying that like the abyss and the nightmares are kind of like a realm where the dead can exist, and dark souls and dark spirits, that'll be a bit clearer once we get into like the dark chasm or the chasm of the abyss, whatever it's called. And with people having the dark souls within them, that kind of leads me to believe that's where manifestations of the abyss can spawn from. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Katie says, oh, here we go again. The wall's beneath you around the corner? Okay, thank you. You didn't think Father of all the Abyss, just this one? Probably the first witnessed Abyss. Yeah, that's probably a good way to think of it. Many people tend to think of the former way. That's why I was just kind of going into this silly amount of detail now. Wait. Let there be light. This is a dev note? That's interesting. I didn't realize that. That's kind of a cool hint. We pick up our silver pendant. Let's go ahead and read this now. Even though all those jerks are stomping around above us. Oh, or not above us, holy crap. It's busting up my rhythm. Don't know what I'm doing anymore. No, this is a consumable, isn't it? Because I think you can actually use it to buff up? Yeah. Silver pendant engraved with the crest of Artorias. One of the ancient treasures of Anor Londo, presented to Artorias for facing the abyss. Effectively deflects the dark of the abyss, especially in its magic forms. So as we look up, we can kind of see the symbol that it's talking about. It's a little bit hard to make out. But overall, this description is kind of interesting because it points out that Artorias was known for facing the abyss, and that's why he was given this treasure of Anor Londo. So it seems like the gods knew what he was doing. And it's interesting that he already had this crest, or this pendant, because he was already known for his activities before the legends with Oolacile. So even though like it might have cemented his status as the Abyss Walker in legends based on what we do, at the very least this shows that he was known for that capacity before we ever stepped onto the scene and kind of cemented his legacy as a hero. Let me get some water. And as Katie points out, the arms of early men were forged in the abyss, and they probably knew about it. Yeah, so that's a good point. But just for the sake of clarity, some people tend to miss out on the abyss not necessarily just coming from Manus. Oh yeah, we need to jump that way. Okay. This is where the crystal lizard was, so let's exit out and exit in. And then we need to jump again, I think. Maybe we just need to roll. I'm trying to remember. Want to go this way, or do we actually want to go into the next section? Okay, so there's treasure over here. I can't tell if this is a mimic or not. Seems too convenient to be true. Bye. That was almost disastrous, but oh. Good carving, okay. So that bridge is where we'll go fight Chester again later on. As we go into the next area, I'm pretty sure there's like a bunch of sorcerers which will shoot a bunch of crap at us. So I think we wanted to YOLO this strategically. Which I guess doesn't mean YOLO at all, but... Okay, so there's the one in the distance then. So as we begin to look... Damn it. Range on that guy. As I was going to say, as we begin to look down, we can kind of see the beginnings of the abyss way down in the distance. It kind of resembles a little bit of water, although it doesn't really... It's kind of hard to tell from this angle and distance. So that little dude is starting to cast crap at us. Just wait for it to lose aggro before we go. Felt like there was something else over here that was more dangerous than just this one. Didn't drop anything. Oh, we didn't take much damage. Oh yeah, and as we look down at the ground now, maybe I missed a bit more. We can see like more of like the bluish kind of looking blood. So this might be a signal that Artorias came this way or came from this way. Or it could just be like more abyss related in general. I don't remember exactly. Way in the distance. Going. Oh yeah, I'm using the crest shield. I actually have full physical reduction, so I might just want to rely on that a bit more. Some rubbish. All the trouble of lining that up for nothing. I think there was a wall down there at the bottom of these stairs, or maybe it's just a room. It's worth going into. There's one caster down there. I might just want to drop onto that one. I can't. Annoying. Well. Hey, what a shot. Oh, there's two of them. Oh, that was lucky. And poisoned me. Okay. Oh, there's one up top. Alright, I don't think I'm getting followed right now. One says there's one on the top floor. Joseph says, LOL, it sounds like they're laughing at my poor aim. I feel like my aim's pretty good for doing it HUDless and not being able to lock onto them right there. Definitely not this room. Didn't think so. Huh. There's that random scream. I wonder if that's supposed to be dusk. I was gonna say, looking at their backs now, it kind of reminds me of the demons. A little bit. Like their tails. Like it kind of reminds of like a Capra demon tail or a Taurus demon tail or something. Maybe that's supposed to be a hint as to what demons are. So this is too far, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, this comes over here. Okay, so that's where we got in on. And I think it was over here. I thought there was something else. More of a reason for coming this way. Night chunk. Fine. You don't recall that scream? What was that? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't remember that scream either. Kind of reminded me of Dusk. Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell's that noise? I thought it like shot an arrow. It was just really me seeing the wall. There's something else out here. Maybe a treasure. Yeah. I think this is like another sorcery or something. Nope. Soulsary. No, not even. Do you remember this like kind of fake fireplace? I'm pretty sure. I'll just leave that for now. Come back to it, I think. I thought there's still more up on the top floor. It's worth exploring. Definitely is with all that laughter. Remember how to get there. You could probably just jump in that way. Maybe not. You wonder what the story behind that enemy clad in the metal shaped like a cone snail shell is? I don't remember which one you're talking about. Unless you mean like the dude that's like all chained up. Actually, wasn't there something else over here? Like you could like get out to the roof. Nope, just misremembering then. Okay. I think my first time coming through here, I didn't know about that illusory wall. I tried to like make the jump from this onto like that plank a lot of times and it just didn't work. And I was really mad because you could see like the treasure over there and I didn't know how to get to it. I'm kind of curious about just running in that way. It'll probably work, but actually that's probably a long fall and probably, yeah, that's probably dumb. Let's not do that, especially since I'm low on the Estus. Okay, so this is the roof that I was thinking about. Can't go in that way. Actually... Weird. Okay. Probably need to go in from the front then. So let's get rid of our melee guy, and then we'll attack the caster. Hey! Sorry about that. Hopefully she's done. Oh, it fell down. Then it makes it even easier. Oh wait, that's another melee one next to it? Oh, okay. I thought the other one below it was another caster. Could have just run in and then stayed below it. We get Dark Fog. That's actually a really good spell to know about. Oh, so maybe there wasn't anything under the fireplace. Maybe I was just thinking of like coming this way. Sif has awoken. Yeah. UPS will definitely wake up Sif. Every single time. Wait, isn't there the elevator like right over here someplace? Then we can get back to the top. Yeah, okay. So at the very least, let's just trigger this now. Now I feel safe and confident with progressing back a little bit. I guess that's like the opposite of progress, isn't it? Going back a bit. So I know you can get up to the second floor there, I just don't remember how. Maybe we do need to jump in. It just seems super counterintuitive though. Dude. Hear the random scream. Yeah, I feel like there's got to be more to it other than just jumping in this way. But what we're gonna do. That's not creepy at all. This looks like a mimic. Let's not risk it. Hey, we did it. By which I mean we pissed it off. And we got our crest key, which is what we needed. Go-see go, I believe. Go-see go. Do-see do. Go-see go. This is where that one caster thing was. I'm pretty sure there's not anything else over here other than just being able to get rid of it. Indeed. Just gonna tell everyone that it's a father as in priest with Manus. Dog's excited, or Doff. Alright. Let's go back up. Do you think by the time past Oolacile humanity's lost any record of the Abyss before Manus? Chained prisoner? You feel like the name itself is explanatory? You have to jump that way? Okay. You think that translating Manus as in Father is okay on its own, but because it's Dark Souls where every word matters, it could lead to confusion? You don't take Father literally, but you can see how others can. Yeah, that's kind of the thing with the games. Like 9 times out of 10, the translations that they give us would be perfect for pretty much like any other game. It's just that since there's such an value placed on the words, we end up losing a bit in translation at times. Either due to word choices, cultural context that just can't be conveyed, or other reasons. So we're going to go back, talk to Go, and maybe see if Chester has that additional dialogue that we were just talking about. And then we'll also read Dark Mist, or Dark Fog, and the Crest key. And then talk to Kieran as well as Go. So this area should be cleared out. Wait. Oh, maybe this is enough to level up. And we'll just leave it. Let's get away from all the sound effects. Don't think this is much better. That's actually not a bad spot. Bent Crest Key. The grooves of the crest are enchanted, the door sealed with a powerful spell. So that really tells us nothing. I don't even know what this crest is about. Maybe it's on the door. Maybe it kind of looks like a little bit of a tree in the middle of that. Maybe not. That's probably just more like me trying to imagine something's there than it's actually there. Alright, so Dark Fog is abyss sorcery discovered by an Oolacile sorcerer on the brink of madness. Create a cloud of dark fog. Although dark fog is, in theory, relatively close to humanity, it also happens to be a terrible poison for humans. Perhaps it reflects man's cruelty against his own. So this is actually a really cool spell as far as like the lore goes. It does kind of reveal that even though people come from the dark, there is this kind of cannibalistic nature within it, and that man will be cruel against their own, and that's kind of made explicit on this description, as well as Dark Fog and Dark Souls 2. Katie said, Manus is a Lord of the Abyss, and they knew of no rival to him, so it fits, especially if he turned out to be the furtive pygmy. To everyone that says dark is bad, look at the people of Oolacile. They're so happy and always laughing. So is the Joker. You don't feel Lord works, he doesn't control the Abyss. Yeah, and so the term that they use for Lord, like Lord Gwyn or the Lords of Cinder, that uses a different kanji. I mean, they look really, really close together. In some ways, they're kind of synonyms in terms of translation. So let me just type that in the chat real quick. King versus So I typed those in. The first kanji is O for king, and the second could be read as Aruji or Nushi, which could mean master, lord, as in somebody like who owns something, guardian spirit if it's read as Nushi, and host as in like host of the nightmare like Mikolash, or in the case of the bloodletting beast, it's... I don't remember the actual Japanese, I just remembered that it uses that kanji. Don't feel Lord works. Okay, I read that one. Elda asks, what's the last manga I read and the last anime? So as for manga, I've been reading up on the kind of new chapters of The Gamer. It's a Korean manhwa. And then for anime, the last one I think I watched was Jujutsu Kaisen, which is pretty good. And I also started a little bit of Record of the Lodos War, but I haven't gotten super far into it. It was definitely cool. Scratched a kind of a high fantasy itch that have been missing for a while. Most of the titles are metaphorical, though. You guess that's most games. Titles not being literal is also why you're skeptical that the demons have an organized monarchy. You feel like the Demon King and the Prince is more describing what they are, not who. And through the Demon King, you could take as a chieftain, which are often called kings and factions. So, I mean, the kanji that they use for it is more like king as opposed to chieftain. If you look at the KIY, it has the line in the middle. Oh, the key has the line in the middle lining up with the circle. Black Boom says, Prince seems more like a title to represent that he's the young blood of the demons, their new hope. Yeah, I would agree with that aspect of the reading. You were finally about to get into Lodos after you finished Goblin Slayer next? So yeah, I mean, I was definitely appreciating the record of the Lodos War for what it was. I think I've watched like 3 or 4 episodes. I wanted to watch more, it's just like, I started to get a bit more busy with other things, and I want to go back and watch it. At this point, I almost feel like I need to force myself to watch it, just because if I go any longer, I'm probably not going to. Just because I feel like I would have forgotten things. So as we come up here to Gough's tower here, we can hear like a little bit of scraping. I guess we can see a shadow on the ground. I don't know if that was actually there before. I don't think it was before we grabbed the key. And then we'll probably save Scum before him, talk to Kieran, talk to Chester, and then reload. Black Boom says, thinking about it, not many of the bosses actually have titles. Yeah. They're really more like descriptions than proper titles. You can only think of Gwyn and Manus. Artorias of the Abyss, or Abyss Walker Artorias is one. 80 says, is it confirmed how GH in Go and Smo is supposed to be pronounced? You've heard it being pronounced as F and hard G and silent. Now you're pronouncing them as Gough and Smo. So, I think I would need to double check it. I think Smo is Sumafu as far as like the localization, the romanization of the letters goes, but in more archaic Japanese, that's a way of saying sumo, and part of the reason is the Fu character doesn't necessarily have like a strong F sound, so it's sumo. I don't know. And so it's definitely Smo for Ornstein and Smo, and Go is also pronounced without the strong GH sound because it's based off of like Vincent van Gogh, I guess. And as far as the localization goes, or romanization goes, it's just... let me pull up both for you. Because when I was first playing this in English, and I didn't like look at the Japanese at all, I thought it was Gough, like tough. Right, so this is Go, and for any of you guys who cannot read Japanese, if you're familiar with like what's it called, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, you see like the little go katakana thing. That's exactly what you have on the first character, and then that line just shows like it's an elongation of the vowel sound, so it's Go essentially. And then let's look up Smo. Okay, so... Okay, I'm starting to remember the Smo thing. So, Smo is sumo. I guess I should have... This will probably make more sense. Let me type that in again. In Dutch, you do say the GH in Van Gogh, like Van Gogh. I don't know how to do that. So now that I remember, Smo comes from sumo, which is like, you know, the sumo type warrior type dudes, And I think the reason that they came up with like the smuff spelling is because like an older way of saying sumo in Japanese is sumahu. So it looks like smuff, essentially, sumafu. So hopefully that answers those questions. I guess I didn't type in the Latin, the romanization. There. Ooh. Forgot I equipped those while we ran out. Almost hard goofed on that one. So as we look at Go, we can see that he's carving things, the little carvings that we picked up. A few of them, and I guess I didn't read them. Let's go ahead and pull those out as we look to him. Probably can't even see his face. So he's got a helmet on, and as you can see, it's kind of like blocked up with resin, which we'll learn a bit more about later on. We picked up the very good and I'm sorry carvings. I wonder what those are actually supposed to be portrayals of. Very good carving. Head carved of arc trees by Go in his imprisonment. Go imparts an emotion to each and every completed carving, which helps him achieve personal enlightenment. When a head is disturbed, it speaks, reflecting the emotion conferred to it. This head says, "Very good. Have another look. Does it not appear quite jovial?" I'm sorry carving. Head carved of arc trees by Go in his imprisonment. Blah blah blah. This head says, "I'm sorry. Have another look." Isn't that an expression of atonement?
I'm sorry.
I just always love the sound effects of the voices that the carvings have.
Very good. A visitor, have we? Thou must be the one who freed Artorias. An old friend he was. Thanks to thee, he left this world with honor intact. And here I am, retired and blind. Of little help to thee, I'm afraid. If thou seekest to explore this domain, be wary of a black dragon. I fear thee no match for this terrible beast. Me, there's very little to be said. What good is a dog with no hairs to hunt? But I'm lucky to be alive, I suppose.
So compared to some of the other giants, Go is much more eloquent with his speech. He doesn't really seem to speak with only like 3 or 4 words per sentence or per thought. And so, yeah, I'll just leave that there for now.
Me, there's very little to be said. What good is a dog with no hairs to hunt? But I'm lucky to be alive, I suppose.
So it's pretty weird that he says he's lucky to be alive, and that the descriptions of the carvings that we've obtained say that he was imprisoned here. As to why he was imprisoned, I don't really think we ever get a clear answer for. And maybe that's also why the others plugged up his helmet with tree resin, I guess. We can pick up a few more of the carvings, the hello carving and the thank you carving. They're extremely cheap. We get some prism stones, which will kind of be useful in the next area. Not a ton. I believe we've already read this, but we may as well read it again. Great arrow used by Hawkeye Gough, one of the Lord Gwyn's 4 knights, for dragon slaying, requires great bow. Gough personally crafts each stone tip and wraps the shaft tightly with tree bark.
Farewell, human. Lead thy life as thou seest fit. This is true human nature. Artorias is in your debt, but thou leavest me little choice. May you perish for the good of all.
I guess I could, maybe the next time I fight Go, equip the silent ring? Oh, he squished me. I rolled the wrong way. To show that he's like really blind and has to rely on sound to find people, which is why he was kind of like looking around and he killed me. Obviously, we have to track down the localization team and ask them. That's how you learned how to pronounce, I don't know how to pronounce it, paste from Final Fantasy XIV. Blackbloom says, does the Japanese also imply that he could see if he removed the helmet? Yeah, I think so. But, it's kind of weird that he doesn't just remove the helmet then. Maybe he can't. Maybe it's too small. Maybe he grew into it. You never noticed he had that pile of wood shavings in front of him? The carvings sound like he's trying to carefully enunciate the words. Yeah. LP, those who have killed a lot of people in their lifetime will often retire and carve effigies of Kanon, the goddess of mercy. Oh, so Kanon. As an act of penance, maybe Go feels sorry for all the death. He says that, but then he says, like, what's a dog without hairs to hunt? So it seems like he is kind of still consumed with the desire to kill dragons and whatnot. He sounds so sad. Actually, let's put on our quiet ring right now. He sounds so sad. It can mean many things. Go could be special, or giants are always capable of properly learning how to talk if they're given proper help. Yeah, maybe. That's a good point that is definitely worth bringing up. They seem to have imprisoned him because of the sentiments against the giants after they were no longer needed. So as we come in here, we can just kind of walk around lackadaisically. He's not going to notice us because we're silent, even though he is aggro. So let's go ahead and remove the ring. And then as we stomp around now, he becomes more aggressive and it can track us a little bit better. I wonder if he's going to lose his aggro. Yeah, so now he's doing his like looking around animation. He doesn't know where we are. Maybe I'm wrong. So yeah, he's lost aggro because he can't hear us any longer. That was dangerous. Too slow to roll. I rolled way too soon on that one. Couldn't heal because of my binoculars. It's all fine though. Change the camera angle there real quick. He is a tough one. Giants do seem coded as a lesser race. Boys with the coded oi. It's more like Gwyn had no more use for his pet. Maybe. I think Gwyn would have already linked by this point in the timeline, but I understand where you're coming from with that. The giant's probably discriminated, so Cole feels like he won't be valued if he can't be of use to the gods. Maybe. That's also probably why he speaks more eloquently than even humans. When people are already biased against you, you need to be more than flawless than even them to be accepted. Yeah. And I think maybe a good parallel to that would be like the story of Muhammad Ali as he was like trying to rise through the ranks in the US Boxing Association. World, maybe? I don't know. Maybe association isn't the right word there. Oh, there's the buffered roll. See us. stuck. Oh, so maybe he feels us walking through his legs. And then there's his bow on the side of the arena over here, which he doesn't use against us because he's blind. And as we look at it, we can see it's like a giant tree branch, essentially. Oh, that's a mistake. Oh. That scared the crap out of me for a second. That was one hell of a counter. I don't know how much HP he has. He's got a decent amount though. Pick up Go Set and the Great Bow. This great bow right here. If you have questions about the Lord Vessel, where do we put that? Helm of Hawkeye Gough, one of Gwyn's 4 knights, received as a decoration of knightly honor. A helm crafted specially for the honorable Hawkeye Gough. Only the eye holes were packed with tree resin by those who dismissed Gough as a brutish giant. So, we don't exactly know who packed his helmet with the tree resin. It could be Silver Knights is one popular theory. It could be the Oolacilians because he is kind of in Oolacile and locked away, which might align as to their aims are designed with the dark, but we just don't really know either way to say for sure. Armor of Hawkeye Gough, one of Gwyn's 4 knights. Armor donned by Gough since his days as a dragon slayer. The medallion bequeathed by the Lord himself, and the dragonbone pauldrons are symbols of the highest honors. So as we see our fat boy body, we do get like a little bit of the dragonbone on the shoulder. And if we equip the helmets, you can kind of see the resin up close as well. It's extremely heavy. Okay, so that's it with Go. Let's go fight or talk to Kieran. I thought he mentioned something else about her, so I mean, we'll reload the area again anyway. Because he still needs to tell us some more about Kalameet. We're gonna go see her first, and then do the Chester stuff as well. Is Kieran a human or just small? We don't really know exactly. So she does kind of scoff at humans if we attack her, so that might suggest that she herself isn't a human, or she could just be one in denial of her own genetics, I guess, or status, I don't know. Hilda says, you don't think it was Gwyn that did this? You think this just happened after enough time passed that people no longer respected Gough for his deeds and Gwyn's esteems of him? Owen says, that moment Ali went off, know the TV presenter for thinking he was dumb is legendary. Black Bloom says, you guess she could be a witch, though she doesn't use pyromancy. Joseph says, can you distract him by throwing firebombs off to the side or something? Probably. We could probably show that off another time too. The way she talks about humans, she's probably just shorter. She's still taller than the player, though. Maybe size is weird to think about in Dark Souls. You feel like a mob crime rather than some organized group. Petty people taking revenge. Civilians feels more likely than the Silver Knights. Yeah, I feel like since it's the tree pine resin, it would seem more along the lines of the stuff we get in Oolacile with the scarecrow people, trees in this area, and the moss and all that.
What is it? Something else? Have you changed your mind? Then you have no business with me. You humans, always taking what you please. Then I shall do the same.
Getting tricked by the dagger moveset. Surprised that didn't finish her.
But how? You humans, my dear Artoy.
So, she gave us her weapons before, but if you just kill her, you end up getting the full set. So there's really no reason to give her the Soul of Artorias, especially since it's a boss soul and you get more unique items for transposing it, essentially. Let's talk to him again. Then we'll get invaded by him and then come back just to see exactly what happens.
Oh, for Juniper's sake, put some spring into your step. So long.
Alright, so let's go get invaded by him. And we'll probably, yeah, let's die to his phantom first. And then redo it all again. To see if his real body says anything else. 'Cause I don't remember if there is. It's probably a little bit dangerous. Am I still human? Did I die? Well, that time I definitely died. Well, I'll use up some humanity because we're just going to reload it anyway. Stella can see that. Silver Knights probably would have just killed him. Was the character human that he used Ningen is in Japanese as Go's dialogue right there? I would need to double check it, to be honest, because quite often the games will use both Hito and Ningen, and one of the difficult things about translating a game like Dark Souls is in English we pretty much have to say either man or human. And they're kind of interchangeable, for better or worse. Whereas the Japanese for human or Hito doesn't necessarily mean where is he? I don't even see him. Who's shooting at us? Oh, up there. Sorry, I know I'm getting a bit distracted. Let's get got by Chester here. Sweeping us off our feet. I do like the little gesture he has of adjusting his hat. Now let's go talk to him. So yeah, as I was saying with Hito and Ningen, Hito is kind of like a way of... We don't really have a good way to translate it directly, so it's typically just translated as like human, man, or person, whereas it's a bit more disambiguated in Japanese and probably Chinese as well. So the first character, Hito, is in Ningen. It's the first character of Ningen. But it really just means something more along the lines of person, as opposed to human specifically. So, like, the term that they use for pygmy is Kojin, and the second character there, Jin, is the person character again, the Hito person, the Hito character. Kieran actually doesn't have a face. She has a placeholder face, like Yuri of Londor. Okay. Someone says, there's also a little detail that all the items you take from Oolacile stop existing for about 300 years when you return to your own time. Well, this says, Kieran's dialogue you meant, but you're interested in both. If Kieran said it, she could be saying it as in mortal. Maybe. Bobbin, welcome back in. It's going pretty well. How about yourself?
Oh, you again. Whatever's the matter? No, I can tell. You need me more than ever.
So in some ways, what's his face? This dude. Marvelous Chester reminds me of Patches. Just because, he says put a spring in your step, which is kind of what Patches tells us to do in the lecture hall of Bloodborne. And then he essentially kills us next to a giant pit. Maybe he knocks us down here in some ways to, sell us items that we need.
What? If you've something to say, then say it. Just don't say the wrong thing. What? So long. We'll be seeing each other.
It's really cool. Okay, we're gonna human up again. We're gonna kill his ghost, and then we will reload. Talk to Go. And then maybe do the stuff with Kalameet. Blackboom says, it's a bit weird how he kind of does nothing in this story. He's just there being a general nuisance. I guess he's there to explain what's going on. Do you mean Chester? Yeah, he does give us the hint about Koth, which is really important as to characterize Koth as potentially an evil serpent that's out to dupe us. You do wish we got a character like him in the other games, even Bloodborne liked it. Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't even remember what ring I have on right now. Maybe I put my proper one back on. Maybe I didn't. I guess that one chased us. Okay. Damn. That definitely looked super cool. I'm kind of proud of that. I was surprised it only took 2 hits that time around. Especially since I wasn't two-handing it. Let's go see him. Hear more of that screaming going on. I don't remember if he's aggro at this point or not. Let's just heal up. And go see our boy. You wonder if he was supposed to be a recurring character? Blackboom says, you do wish we get a character like in the other games Bloodborne lacked it. It would be perfect fit for a Dark Wraith Covenant. At least the guy that guides you towards it. Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate that we don't get like Chester as Leonhard in Dark Souls 3. Or like in the same position. Not necessarily like the whole finger type thing, but just as far as how they kind of fit in. They kind of serve similar roles.
Oh, you. You have quite some nerve, or are you just thick? Fine then. What is it that you need? Well, you've quite the nerve. I've had enough of you. Well, I'll be seeing you if you survive your travels. What now? You think this is all my fault? How very, very petty of you. Very petty indeed. There. There.
Oops, I guess I killed him too fast. It's all good. We've already looked at this set before. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. It seems as though his base human form has more HP than his phantom. Which is kind of funny, but... maybe it just shows that as you invade as a phantom, you're not really fully there, and that might go into why he had less HP. Or maybe I just like caught him in a roll or something, I don't know. Blackbloom says, there was an invading NPC in Bloodborne. You don't know much about him, though. Are you talking about Brador specifically? Yeah, they do kind of have a somewhat similar role. I mean, sort of. I don't know. They're both kind of foreigners, but other than that, I guess not like a ton similar. You're about to say he reminds you of Leonard? His dialogue just gets angry? Okay. Can't believe you didn't let me kill you. Yeah, I remembered that one. It's kind of funny. So we already got all of Gough's stuff before.
If thou seekest to me. Farewell, you.
So part of the reason why I just bought all those Titanite shards is that they'll be useful for whenever we do go and start to upgrade the boss weapons and stuff. So let's talk to Chester. I think he just says that we put a spring in our step, and that's it. And then we'll go down towards the Kalameet area. You're the one that tried killing us and you're playing the victim? These interactions make you realize that you don't think any other NPC is both in the map and an invader. He says, Petty, that you're not wrong in thinking he's involved. It would be funny if you can join an invasion covenant, and if you befriend the other guy in the covenant, he can still invade you. Nothing personal, just business. Nothing personnel, kid.
Oh, for Juniper's sake, put some spring into your step. So long.
I like that. He grows impatient because he wants to invade us and take our souls and whatnot. And the same is true if he kills us. He wants us to go back out there so he can just keep killing us as an easy mark for souls and whatnot. Or if he loots our body, it would also give us motivation to buy from his shop if we're scared that he can still kill us. So overall, like, his goals are kind of consistent. It's just kind of funny how it works out. Actually, these dogs are really annoying. Because they're dogs. I don't remember if they do, like, poison or toxic or whatnot. Important. Large soul of a brave warrior. That's a nice scheme, lol. And as we come closer to Kalameet and quote-unquote closer to the Abyss, we get some more of those crystal-type things that we found in the other sections of the forest. Who's Juniper? Juniper is just a kind of tree. So it's a, what's the word? Maybe it's euphemism? I don't think that's the right word. It's a way to curse without actually cursing. So you're just kind of essentially replacing Jesus for Juniper. So you're not, like, blaspheming. So that's more of like a localization thing than anything that's in the Japanese. It's not like the Japanese use the term Jesus. It's just like a generic curse to just show off how irritated he is. So as we come down this river that's filled up in the present time, there's kind of like this dam feature going on, like this log wall. As we come closer to this way, we will start to encounter Kalameet. And I think the first time we die automatically. Guess I could have done a better job setting that up. We should be able to see it a lot more. But there is a cliff that we just dropped down. Pick up an item. I guess there's no item, so this is just the fast way down, I suppose, if you don't know about the ladder thing, which I didn't. Alright. So as we go out to that way, Kalameet will pretty much just kill us with a volley of hellfire. Heaven fire, essentially. How many souls do I have? 2,000? That's pretty much nothing at this point in the game. And normally, like, I'd switch out to, like, the dragon crest shield to protect against fire. Oh, this is a dev note? A dragon high above the city, out of sight of the naked eye. But he's got black flames going on. Doesn't he come back? But you can't really hit him at this point in the game, which is super annoying. So we need to think of a way to kill him. So we'll go see our buddy Hawkeye Gough. The dogs just have bleed? Okay, so it's bleed. Thank you, Spectrum. Welcome back. And Will Garland, also nice to see you again. Minced oath. It's capitalized, so you assume he doesn't mean a plant. Juniper is also deity. Yes, it is like Greek, or is it Roman? Probably Roman. Is this closer to Jupiter? You've never seen Juniper used like that? Interesting colors. Not many dragons breathe the yellow and black. He needs to brush them teeths. Oh yeah, this is not the way to go. It's kind of funny. This is not the way to go. Taken is both G-O and his name. Katie said, you said it on previous stream, but you can kill him without go shooting him first, and he will have some extra dialogue. Now the question is, how dedicated am I to gathering footage? You can kill him without doing the go stuff? How does that work? Do you just, like, snipe him? Because if it involves sniping, I'm probably not going to be that dedicated. But, even want to save it right now, then? Doesn't hurt to do that. Yeah, so if it involves sniping, probably not, because I also want to get the tail. But I guess I could fight him first, just to cut the tail, and then maybe do it the other way around. You misread when you looked it up. Juniper is a symbol of the goddess Asherah, not the goddess herself. Okay, bow and arrow and patience. Okay, yeah, definitely not going to do that. Kingsfield lore when? Lance McDonald already covered it, guys. It's all covered. Alright, so yeah, we'll just fight Kalameet mano a mano. I'm not going to worry about the dialogue, just because I'm a strength build. I don't have the dex and the patience to do that. Actually, yeah, I might want to get the footage anyway. You only saw the first Kingfield? Interesting game, but it did age quite a bit. That's saying it kind of kindly, I suppose. Yeah, if it was more akin to like an older traditional JRPG, I would have no problem going back to a game like Kingsfield, but ARPG on the PS1 is kind of rough. Did I just download it or did I upload it? I don't know. Either way, it's not going to be like the end of the world. The first Shadow Tower is nice too. You always wanted to look at Abyss, but hard to find a playthrough since the game's only in Japanese. Typical strength builder? Yeah. I mean, my first time through the game, I used a halberd and then bows. So it was more of a dex build. The Pong lore when? It's a good question.
Tomorrow, is the black dragon posing the duress? Strange. I'm rarely wrong on such matters. Dragons shall never be forgotten. We knights fought valiantly, but for every one of them, we lost 70 of our own. Exhilaration, pride, hatred, rage. The dragons teased out our dearest emotions. Thou will understand one day. At that twilight, old thoughts return in great waves of nostalgia.
Believe it or not, there's actually a lot of really important information that Go gives us right there. Other than, just like, it takes so many of their knights or whatnot to even conquer the dragons. The fact that he points out that fighting the dragons instilled within them so many deep emotions is integral to some of the larger themes of the games, and that having emotions kind of gives you a rush of life, a rush of drive to continue to exist. And since the dragons exist no more as far as Go is concerned, that's kind of why he feels like he's even lucky to be alive, because he's no longer getting that kind of rush, I think. And in a larger context, these types of emotions are all affiliated with the dark. So I'm not saying that Go himself is affiliated with the dark, but just in general, dark passions, emotions, sentiments, etc. are kind of the foundation of life, and they're kind of also at the root of darkness, which is another kind of aspect of life in these games. So him talking about the waves of nostalgia, looking back, also gets related to the darkness and fire and pyromancy and everything else related to life, and that's kind of the yearning that people feel towards the dark and fire is that kind of loss of homeland or homesickness, that kind of rush of nostalgia. That's what attracts people to the dark and fire in general. You can see that the Dark Soul follows quite a bit in the mold of Kingsfield and Shadow Tower, a Strength Master race. You'd like a future game to be a spiritual successor to Shadow Tower? The concept was quite interesting, especially the Abyss, which takes place in modern times. If you fight a dragon, you think getting an adrenaline rush after that might be hard? Yeah. Everyone who fought the Bed of Chaos knew Enraged Go.
There's very little to be said. What good is a dog with no hares to hunt? But I'm lucky to be alive, I suppose.
So I think his dialogue right there just really ties back into what he says with the fighting of the dragons.
Farewell, human. Lead thy life as thou seest fit. Well, thou'st come again. This is a surprise.
That sounds oddly sarcastic.
Me? Farewell, human. Lead thy...
So maybe he'll change his dialogue about needing help with Kalameet. He feels less prideful than the ghosts or the other knights? Maybe. And that might relate to him being a giant, but I guess the giants are really known for their rage and anger as well, which is more of a deal in Dark Souls 2 than in Dark Souls 1. Oh, you meant the gods. Okay.
Well, thou'st come again. This is a surprise. The Black Dragon troubles you yet, I see. Yes, I thought as much. He's called Kalameet. Ferocious dragon indeed, even mighty Anna Londa dared not provoke his ire. I see little good coming from this, but thy intent is to persevere to the bitter end.
Message.
A wise choice. Why foist thyself into the fiery maw? Me? Farewell, human. Lead thy life.
So persevering to the very end is like the quintessential message of Dark Souls, Soulsborne titles essentially, that having the will to persevere in the face of hardship is like the driving force of these games. And with willpower more essentially being related to life, that's has a bit of a deeper message as far as like the games go. Because if you have enough willpower, you can essentially resist the allure and the fears of the dark. And the same goes for the flames as well. But that gets a bit more meta, and that's really not explicitly stated at all. But at the very least, in Bloodborne, HP is described as the will to survive, to carry on. So it is kind of more specifically related to life in general in these games.
Well, thou'st come again. This is a surprise. Art thou prepared to challenge great Kalameet? Good, good. What is bravery without a dash of recklessness? I've taken a liking to thee, and I owe thee much for thy service to Artorias. Now, watch, and see how Gough hunts dragon.
He says Gough like with an F. It's so weird. My theories have been shattered. So you can see he's blind. He's stumbling to find his bow after a little bit. Nonetheless, he's still able to snipe down a dragon half a mile away. Looking at his tail, looks like there's a bunch of forks on it. I wonder if it's 7 in total.
Yes. A truer shot was never loosed. That bat will be grounded for a good spell. The rest is in thine hands. I await good tidings. Ah, dragon slaying. Knighthood's highest calling. Ah, hello there. What of Kalameet? He is an ancient dragon. Skyward or no, he will not be put down easily. I suspect thou hast taken a gander at it, but the dark of the abyss, which swallowed poor Artorias, threatens to devour our entire land of Oolacile. It seems that this dire fate is unavoidable, but, seduced by a dark serpent or no, they awoke that thing themselves and drove it mad. One's demise is always one's own making.
Yeah, so obviously Go lays down a fat stack of lore on our faces by pointing out that Koth, as well as what Chester had said, had seduced the people of Oolacile into waking up the primeval man from his grave, and that essentially caused Manus to be driven mad, and that kind of ushered in the abyss and the darkness over the town, which threatens to swallow them all.
If thine wish is to succeed poor Artorias and challenge the spread of the dark, then thou must face Manus, father of the abyss. The dark emanates from Manus himself. Even if this land shall expire, thou may be able to prevent further corrosion. But even so, one day the flames will fade, and only dark will remain, and even a legend such as thyself can do nothing to stop that.
So there's really a lot to talk about, and I'm probably going to end up forgetting a few things just because there's so much between like the Kalameet stuff, the Mana stuff, and his final lines there. So yeah, I guess I've already forgotten what I was going to say with the Kalameet stuff. The second stuff, we've already talked a little bit about the things with Manus. The potential reading that Father of the Abyss might be a bit too strong, or might come across a bit too literally. He could just end up being like the Guardian or like the Avatar of the Abyss. But that's not too important, and we've already talked about that a bit more before. So the final lines there when he says that one day the fire will fade and there's nothing a legend like yourself can do about that. He doesn't really mean like even if you kill Manus that it's going to avert the crisis of the abyss swallowing the world. Essentially, it's that the fire will flame or the fire will fade and there is nothing that anybody can do about that. So maybe he's speaking a bit about of experience because he's seen Gwyn link himself and nothing really good came out of that, arguably. And so this is kind of a hint, even in Dark Souls 1, that the cycle of the fire does need to kind of be restarted, because no matter what, one day it will fade, no matter what we do. So I forgive me for that little tangent there. Katie says True Dark was the perseverance we gained along the way. Yeah, really like Go. I'm probably still gonna call him Go, even though the voice actor called himself Gough. Tomas, welcome in. The scene's so cool. Go is cool. Hello there. If Gwyn is dead at this point, he's throwing shade. Yeah. Also, the voice actor might not have known how to pronounce it as well. It could be that they just gave him the script and not telling him how to pronounce it. Go. So even still, I mean, generally, I would just go with what the game say. So I'm not going to like give anybody trouble for saying that it's Go or Gough or however they want to pronounce it, because there can be arguments made either way, and I'm sure. Actually, I don't know if this game was localized or had localized dubbing in different languages. Now that I think about it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it's pronounced in like Dutch or Italian or Spanish. Don't fool yourself into thinking you can save the world. Yeah. You can save some things. Katie says, also Go's true voice is super sexy. Like, god dang, he has a nice voice. Emlyn says, he straight up says there's nothing we can do to stop the fire from fading, so linking the fire does nothing to help our world.
No, do not mistake my words. I cherish my work. Wood carving is a nuanced art. I would have much to talk about with that blacksmith. In truth, how is the old chap, I wonder? Still hammering away, I should hope.
It's a little bit unclear which blacksmith he's talking about. There's the good possibility that he's speaking of the one that we can find in the Darkroot Garden. And it's also kind of interesting that we can't get to the area where he would have existed, now that I think about it. Aside from that, he could be speaking about Andre or even the giant blacksmith in Anor Londo.
No, do not.
Alright, so I think that's everything there.
Farewell, human. I await good tidings.
Let's go get punished by Kalameet. This is a fight where I'm much more uncomfortable with overall compared to some of the others. And let's go pick up that item, which is probably just like souls, before I forget about it again. You'll still say Gough because it sounds cooler. I think I went with Gough because it kind of reminded me of the old like Gundam mobile suit. I guess it technically wasn't a Gundam, but it's a type of mobile suit used in Gundam. Zaku's, and then like the next rank up are the Goughs, if I remember correctly. Do you think Go might be one of the two NPCs we can trust, as he's not trying to get anything himself? Yeah. So at the very least, we do have like both Gough and Chester repeating what each other say about like the people of Oolacile being seduced by some kind of serpent, which we could only really assume is Koth, because Frampt doesn't seem to be the most likely candidate because of all of the dark stuff going on in this area. Yep, just souls like I thought. And that's just a plant over there. It seems to imply you didn't think Gwyn's plan was wise. Yeah, I feel like since Gwyn threw himself in the flame, it was probably more of an act of desperation than something they deliberately thought of. Because it seems to me, if he was smart enough to like place the dark ring, or the dark sign over the people in the world, that he probably would have had more of a contingency plan for dealing with humans and whatnot. But he doesn't, so... It's curious that the fire linking made him sacrifice himself for it. That's it. Let's check our health. Oh, we're at full? Okay. So again, we must cut off Kalameet's tail to get a special item. And I probably don't even need to save Scum against Kalameet. He's probably just going to kill me that often. You can see my souls down there. Oh, so there's a crystal lizard. That's what I was thinking about. That wasn't there before, I don't think. Or maybe it's because we took too much time, like, looking around. So, Kalameet is no longer airborne. Oh yeah, I didn't have my shield out. Oh, that's the grab. Damn it, I want to show that off though. So he's got this gigantic eye in the middle of his head. He's described as the one-eyed dragon in certain locations. But if you look closely at his model, you can see that there is a bit more to it. That he's also got two eyes on the side. So it does call into question some of the veracity, or variability of the item descriptions, which is really unfortunate. So that's the chance to hit the tail, I guess. Kind of like the Madeir fight, but... Oh, didn't roll fast enough. Oh, that was a buffered one and saved me. That's gonna hurt. Oh, this is the high one. Run. I didn't run. Trying to roll. Mistiming. The jump. Oh, I'm really low. Oh, I'm dead. Okay. Yeah, so for going for his tail, I'm more likely to die just because it's kind of hard to fish for it. Or at least I don't know the attacks I need to fish for it to punish properly. You never thought of the Blackroot Smith? You just figured it was the giant one? Plot twist, it was Framped and he goes after Light now because he failed in Oolacile? Just kidding, it's the dumbest thing you think you've said in the chat thus far. She's trying to save Dusk, but she tries to limit the damage from the time travel and tells us she's going to lie. Oh, yeah. So, AD asked something? I think I missed it. Oh, you guys were talking about... Okay. Tracking now. NPCs and items often give false information because they're written by characters within the setting. Sometimes, but not always. The Calamity Ring and the other item don't use hypothetical language or like suppositional language. So it's a bit more annoying because of that. And if it weren't for that, there is a little bit of ambiguity in Go's dialogue, where he could be saying that Kalameet is the descendant of the ancient dragons, as opposed to one of the originals. But the item description makes it sound like it's an original dragon. So just in general, there's a few annoyances with Kalameet's item descriptions. soundtrack's pretty fire though. Need to get our souls. All 0 of them. The god reaction times right there. That's the bad one. That's super dangerous. Weird, I don't know what to do with that. I was trying to run and then it just dodged me. Get our stamina back. Maybe fish for another thing. Oh. Damn it. Oh, that's my chance. Okay. 1, 2. That's fire. Seemed to be bad at that like 8-point roll. Then he turns, so I can't really catch it. Okay. Do the charge? Nope. Damn it, trying to run and then I screwed that up. That was sad. Oh. Damn it. This is the chance. And then we blew it. Damn, so close. You don't think that glow thing is an eye? It just looks like one? It's described as an eye. The attack he does with it is called Evil Eye. You don't think it means it's a literal one? One way or the other, he seems to be corrupted by the dark and by extension life. Yeah. He's got like the black flames, essentially. Think he survived the war and thus is an ancient dragon, but he's maybe not an arc dragon. The timeline's just hard to figure out. They seem to imply Kalameet is abnormally strong, even for a dragon. Yeah. If you want his tail, bait the flying attack and then roll to his left, then stay close to the back leg. He'll try to hit you with his tail, leaving a good opening to hit it. Okay. The knights are intentionally leaving him alone. Yeah, I feel like Kalameet isn't the worst, especially, it's really just that, like, I have to play so passively, because I'm trying to not, because I'm trying to fish for the tail, essentially. Stamina. Does anyone know if Kalameet's fire breath deals only fire damage or does it do physical as well? It's a good question. Which I should definitely do more research about this kind of stuff before going live. Would it really be Dark Souls if it wasn't for the struggle? You can wiki it. He doesn't seem he doesn't seem like an everlasting dragon. So even if he is an everlasting dragon, we can still make the argument that he was poisoned by the disparity of the first flame and the poison of life, as Miyazaki calls it. So either way, you can like cover your bases there. It's just a little bit annoying how inconsistent the games can be at times. And Orlando doesn't have to pick their battles. Not fighting a powerful dragon if they don't have to makes sense. Almost got me looking at chat. Oh, interesting. So I could probably roll in on that one a bit more. Let's just walk forward. Light one, I'm just gonna... Oh, that's the fire one. Okay, so that's the tail one, so I need to stay next to the back on that one, I guess. Sense. Oh, that's the grab, but that'll help, maybe. That like hit behind me, I guess. Damn it, I was locked up. Up on me. Affected that much. Damn. Big fire. Alright, our stamina's back now. I think I shielded that somehow, but okay. Go for the grab? Nope. Gonna hurt no matter what I do. Oh, that was the one I thought he was gonna do. I thought he was gonna do the fire breath. Oh crap. Oh, there's a thing on top of me? That's cool. I don't know what that does though. Okay. We got to show off the grab. And that's kind of a cool attack, because it seems a bit more psionic in nature. It lifts us into the air, and then it like forcibly drains our HP. In some ways, it kind of reminds me of the HP draining aura of Ritus, Daughter of the Cosmos, and Bloodborne, or even the grab attack. I guess it's not like a traditional grab attack of Queen Yarnum in the Chalice dungeons, where if you get caught into her AoE, it'll like lift you up into the sky and drain your HP. So those kinds of attacks are pretty rare. I don't exactly know what I would affiliate that to in Dark Souls, because it seems like maybe the closest we could compare it to would be the life drain attack that the Dark Wraiths use. So maybe it's more of like a darkness affiliated attack. Or sorcery since he's a dragon. I'll fight the dogs and then catch up with you guys on the chat. Poison of Life, Miyazaki sounds like such an edgelord sometimes. Well, I mean, have you seen his games? Definitely an edgelord heavy game. You still have PTSD trying to detail Kalameet in a dress. I can believe that. Game's just not clear on how to distinguish modern from everlasting dragons. Yeah. Everlasting dragons you think are just any dragons with the scales of immortality. Ancient dragons you see as dragons from the Age of Ancients, and the Arc Dragons are the god kings of the dragons. Highest dragons. To me, I would just say, like, I don't think there's much of a difference between the Everlasting Dragons and the Age of Ancient Dragons. Which, obviously, their scales are what make them dragons, so maybe after the war with Gwyn, with them being peeled off, they're no longer Everlasting Dragons, and they might be more susceptible to the Poison of Life, I guess. That might be worth considering. I should probably stop. Oh, started the fight. Master dragons are things like wyverns, drakes, and kites who have scales, but not scales of immortality. You think the number of everlasting dragons are the offspring of the arc dragons? Pretty sure it has the same effect as Calamity Ring. Oh, okay. Hayden Murphy, welcome in. The icon above your head is the indicator that you'll deal double damage you receive from Calamity. Okay, so it is like the ring. That's cool. Thank you guys for the info. Let's try to bait out some more stuff. This is our chance. What are we doing? Except his tail is so damn high. Fire. Grab. So I can't get to it fast enough. Okay, so maybe I can bait that a bit more. Oop. Damn it, I thought that was going to be the punch. Now he's just using all of the unorthodox attacks against me. That one wasn't, that was just me for trying to heal so late into its attack cycle. Oh, guess I rolled into that poorly. Okay. So roll, or the grab. Yeah, definitely can't get it that way. Okay. I'm going to stay close. And then I failed at that 8-point roll into it. I'm surprised that didn't kill me. Damn it. Probably low on Estus right now. I shouldn't have thought about looking. I don't remember if I healed. I don't think I did. But that's not how you deal with that one. So we'll get close to the back leg and then he twirls. Or not. So let's go for the tail slam attack, damn it. Stay close. That was perfectly iframed right there. Damn it! Oh, that's gonna hurt. This is annoying. Fire. Damn it. Thought that would have been the chance. Tail? Nope. Oh, this is tail swipe? Okay, I could have just shielded. So the next hit will probably kill me. I'm gonna stay close. Fire? Okay. This is when the magic builds really go well, because you can hit the tail a hell of a lot easier. Kalameet's grab makes you receive double damage. The Everlasting in one may be one of the few that kept its scales. You realized recently that Kalameet's third eye might be a more realistic addition to his body than expected, because a lot of lizards have a third eye around the same area as Kalameet's. Okay. Didn't know that. Or maybe I did, but doesn't that like sense heat or something like that? I think I might have heard something about it. Not much more than extension to the pineal gland? Okay. Maybe the passive mentality kept them out of the war. The eye seems magical in nature, though? Definitely. Maybe they channel their magic through the pineal gland? Channeling a magic through a center in the senses is common in media? Yeah. And also, it's a third eye, which has a lot of connections to the pineal gland and enlightenment and kind of schools of thought relating to enlightenment and magic, more specifically. So, even if Kalameet is just called like the one-eyed, it could just mean that he's one-eyed because that's like his one magic eye, even if he really has 3 in total. And it's a little bit hard to show off his side eyes in the fight itself. But maybe you guys have been able to see it better since you don't have to focus on the mechanics as much. Go. 500 if you get the tail. Kalameet resists magic. You're not wrong, but it's easier to at least target the tail. So maybe the fight is harder overall, but it's certainly no fun trying to fish for his damn tail in this fight. You also check the damage the flame does, and it's mostly physical and magic, so it's definitely connected to the dark. Okay. Kalameet's called an ancient dragon and one-eyed as well, but Obsidian Greatsword's description seems pretty whack overall. Yeah, that's kind of my point. The items relating to him are just frustrating, I guess. Charge, okay. That was weird. Oh, I thought he was gonna damn slam it. Charging? Oh, that's charging at all? Weird. Oh damn, that was dangerous. Tail? No. Charge. Fire. Need some stamina. Charge. Okay, I failed at the 8-point rolling again. There's the buffered roll. I definitely screwed that up. I thought I could roll under him. Oh wait, I didn't even input that roll. That was such a delayed roll. Probably need to heal again. Tailspin. Breath. Come here, boy. Maybe if I run. Looks like his debuff has gone away now. That was weird. Can roll through that, I guess. Weird. Guess I could have just ran around him and I would have been fine. And again. Maybe I just need to back up and bait more of his attacks. Need to unlock to run, I guess. Thank you, Bobbin. Have a good night. Real gangster doing this fight with no HUD. It's not too bad. So he's gonna spin? No, not spin. Fire. Oh, got caught. Probably low on Estus at this point. The thing is, like, I'm not getting caught too much by things that kill me by surprise. It's really just that we're trying to bait the tail crap. We could probably kill him not too hard. If it weren't for trying to fish for the tail. Oh. That one is a bit more of my fault. Damn. This one's gonna hurt. Surprised I lived, to be honest. That was a bad time to do it. Charge? No. Here's our slam. Damn it, we're still screwed up. Bit fast. Still screwed up. I goofed. You've heard that the one-eyed dragon could be just a name given by those who've met him? You'd have to get real close to see the other eyes? Yeah. And that's a good point as well. Every boss in the DLC is heavily resistant to magic. The only way anyone got close enough to see was the obvious ones before we slaughtered them. Best way to beat Kalameet's tail is to either grab the attack and his upward flame? Okay. Yeah, the only issue is I just don't know the positioning. And he does the attacks fairly rarely? But I appreciate the advice. It's just implementing it. It's the wheel trick. Probably check the Obsidian Greatsword. It stinks of mistranslation from a mile. No, I looked at it. I'm pretty sure it's pretty accurate. I mean, I'll double check it after the fight, though. Because that's what I figured, like, just, you know, looking at the English alone, it's like this doesn't quite add up, so it seems like there'd be a mistranslation. But as far as I recall, it's fairly accurate for what it is. So that one is worth baiting. So I need to stay at like mid-range. Charge. Tail crab. Charge, okay. Pretty risky. Grab gun. Oh, got lucky, and then that was way too late of a heal, but it worked out. It's just like way too tall, even with this Zweihander. Just grab, pull the wrong way. Finally, we had one hit on the damn thing. Probably too far away to even count. Damn Bergen. Too far away now. Wonder maybe if he's got like a phase 2, which is probably better for teasing those attacks out, or different attacks. That might be the strat to go with. Oh. No, got my roll. Oh, that was just a misjudgment on my part. Misread. Getting his tail is quite annoying. Katie says, okay, so Miyazaki just had a stroke while writing it. Like, really? The name says Great Sword and the description says Great Axe? What the crap are you thinking? Oh yeah, I don't remember if that part is consistent or not. That might be different. Wait, do dragons do fire damage? Sort of. Not Kalameet, he does physical and magic. Usual dragon ability to breathe fire is a bit weird in the context of what the dragons are in Dark Souls. Oh, you just mean, like, in general. Some of them do. But I don't think we really see a lot of, like, the everlasting dragons. To say for sure. Like, we end up getting, like, wyverns and stuff. There's the blue drakes. Obviously, they're drakes. Breathe lightning in the Valley of the Drakes. So not all of the dragons or drakes breathe fire and whatnot. Slow with that. The primordial serpents breathe the most foul of all the elements, according to the crestfallen warrior for sure. Seath breathes curse. Yeah, and like crystal magic. It's another good example. Huh, it actually reached me. Damn it. slow on the roll. Just getting damage for no really good reason at this point. Grab. Tail slam? No. That was a bad roll. Probably could just rolled away and been fine. On here. Damn it. Could have ran like one more step. And no. Damn it, still didn't even hit it. It's a bad roll, okay. Oh, I thought that was the grab. Oh, I'm surprised it didn't buffer. We're screwed. Oh, I thought I was dead. Oh, we got one hit. We need to not screw up and get another one now. Did that one on purpose. Damn it. I'm trying to bait out the second one. Need him to do that charge again and then like tank it. So that worked out well. Somewhat. Come on, do the charge thing. There's a chance, and then I screwed it up. Stop it. Damn it, that hit me? That missed. I swear that missed. That hitbox, though. That was my chance. Come on, that bastard. We'll keep backing up. This is so annoying. That one should heal. Just to be safe. Looks like fire, but also not. Like they wanted the aesthetic of the fire-breathing dragon, but not quite. Oh, that was our move. That was the move. We needed to get hit by that. I screwed up. Again. Okay. So we just need to delay more. Okay. I think that'll be the move that we can fish for the tail attack once I like learn the timing of it and whatnot. Need to heal though. Oh, this is it? This is it? Lucky there. I definitely need to heal probably twice. So we need to dodge. Okay. Once I learn the timing for that, we're golden. They put a lot of effort into making you breathe something other than fire. Also remember the Abyss Repelling Silver Pendant can repel Kalameet's breath? Interesting. Oh yeah, maybe I should use that. I'll probably forget about it, but... I don't know how that works. I don't think I've ever used it. You think Madir may be the only true dragon to breathe fire? Ancient Dragons and 2 don't count, right? You feel like the game heavily implies it's artificial? Yeah, it's weird. If artificial dragons still count as true dragons or not. The kite and the bridge, the wyverns and the dragon guarding the cathedral and 2 breathe fire. And there's... yeah. There's also like the wyverns in 3 with the pus of men in them that can breathe fire. So there is, I mean, other than that, there's also like just normal mythology of dragons breathing fire. So whether they all could or not is a good question. Arc dragons were way huge compared to dragons like Kalameet and even Madir. Aren't they only in 3? 2-head dragons and not just the fake ones? Okay, that's the attack Emlyn meant. It's the only opening. So yeah, it seemed like getting hit by it was the way to go rather than dodging out of the way. Because tanking it left him to follow up with the tail slam, and if I can bait that out, I can hit it maybe once, maybe even twice. How does that work? Interesting. I wonder if that like full-on repels it. That'd be kind of cool if it did. Because it doesn't seem like I have an aura or like a real buff with it. Oh, my roll was a little bit slow. That did not work quite as well as I would have liked. Maybe it just mitigated some damage, I don't really know. Hey, here's our attack. Oh, got hit by the back swing. Okay, so then we accidentally rolled into it. So actually it does look like his tail might have 7 prongs on it. Yeah. So it's like the 7-branched sword almost. Going by my theory, it might be primordial pre-man abyss. Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about Kalameet, but you might be right that it could tie into my theory that the dragons are related to the abyss. At the very least, the dragon scale in Dark Souls 2 makes that connection a bit more explicit. The pendant is a timing thing. If you get it just right, it deflects. Okay. That'll probably be more useful against Manus and his AoE stuff. If you don't just like poise through his attacks, which might be worth doing. Somewhat evocative of the Mist of the Ancients, as we see coming from the dragons in 2. That hit me. Whatever. He could have primordial breath before the dragons became imbued with fire. Dragons' bodies reflect their nature. The gaping dragon reflects its gluttony. Yeah, I see what you mean with that. Somewhat evocative of the Mist of the Ancients, as we see them emitting from the dragon in 2, so I read that one. In that case, what does breathing fire mean? It could mean that they're affected by the disparity of the fire. They grew up during the Age of Fire, at least with the wyverns and whatnot, that would kind of work together. I feel like dragons and souls should have had a petrifying breath. The pendant was made to repel the abyss and it repels Kalameet's breath. Can't you just spam the pendant? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, we need to bait out the attacks. We need to get in the game zone. Here we go. Alright, so we need to roll straight off to the side. Okay, so we finally figured out how to get a clean hit on this damn tail reliably. You gonna do it again? No. Come on, let's go for the charge again. Go. Nope. Yep. Alright, here we go. Where's the tail? That's not fair. It went in the ground. This game's cheating me. Welcome to Dark Souls. Okay, looks like we're not really taking much in the way of chip damage than I would have expected. Go, or is that the breath? Oh, here we go. Hey, we finally freaking did it! The Obsidian Greatsword, yo. Oh, that only took 12 years. Holy crap. Now we can fight the dragon and probably just die, because all of the tension's been let out of the fight. I wonder if he'll try to slam me still. No, he doesn't have a tail to do it. I screwed that up so it didn't even look cool. Actually, I wonder if there's a special death animation from that. Charge, most. But yeah, he tried to whip his tail. That is no longer present. We made a roll. No, we got caught. And I think we missed that. Hurt. Gonna hurt. Well, that's kind of lucky. I'll take it. Need to regen that stamina. Hurt. Okay. Actually, that didn't seem too bad. So let's heal. Oh, this actually feels like a normal fight now. Oh, buffered roll. And then the Calamity Ring. Ooh-wee, we did it, folks. And let's go pick up our treasure over there in the distance. Dragons breathing fire is so ingrained in culture, it's hard to keep a plot point that they aren't related to fire. Yeah, that's a fair point. Does the pendant work on Kalameet? Maybe. I just didn't feel like testing it too much. Fire-breathing dragons, you feel, is more common with the organic dragons, so those with flesh and blood rather than made of stone. That's probably how they make it work. Modern dragons breathe fire, while the ancient ones breathe something else. Though Midir breathes fire, and so did Sin. 2 is a game you'd expect to just forget about it, not 3 not as much. Way better than your tail hunting. I mean, it just took us a minute to figure out how to make it work. And that's kind of some of the difficulties at times. Like, but overall, I feel like if they just kept Kalameet's tail a bit lower, it could have worked out better. I don't know. It's just kind of a pain in the ass. But once you know how to do it, it's not too terrible. It's just kind of annoying to have to wait for the one move to make it happen. I feel like there's an intentionality in Kalameet breathing being specifically fireless, or fire sorcery being magic damage. I wonder if Kalameet is connected to the evil eye of Astora. I've wondered that as well. Part of the only reasons why I don't really buy into it is just because of the eye being in his ring already. I think it's a cool idea. And with Kalameet's one eye being in the Calamity Ring, it seems less likely that it'd be the evil eye of Astora. And we'll check that out in the description not so shortly here. The tail, source of all his power, is no more. Dragon Tail's just coming out as a fully formed weapon is quite bizarre. Yeah, I agree. D4C, welcome back in. Thank you for the good fight. You wonder if there's a lore reason, or they just didn't want to add extra steps into getting the weapon. Most of the time, the weapon is very different from the tail. Yeah. You feel like they love the mechanic of dragon tails turning into weapons, but they felt it was a goodie fluff-wise, so they stopped doing it. Tiny Boots, welcome in. You're lucky that you missed your namesake getting got. And we just got rid of Kalameet, as you may have seen. The irony of his tail being a pain in your ass. Hope you're all doing great. Thank you very much. So let's pick up this item over here. It's probably not important. Oh, some goes, great arrows. And then there's just the cliff. You can't even really see like the abyss as you'd expect down there. And then there's no way to get up to where Darkroot Garden would have started in the base game. It just doesn't really connect in that way. So the landscape really shifts a lot. And we might even be able to blame the shifting landscape on the nature of the fire in Dark Souls 1, causing the lands to converge a little bit more. But other than that, we don't really have a good explanation as to how it all works. Dragon high above the sky, out of sight of the naked eye. It's kind of weird that it's more like a poem than something that actually tells us what to do to get rid of it. It's a little bit uncharacteristic, but it's kind of nice, I suppose. Maybe stuff like that makes the dev note in Oolacile about needing light less conspicuous. We get a Titanite slab for our troubles of dealing with that dragon. And where we fought him is kind of where we fought the Hydra in Dark Souls 1, the base game. This is Dark Souls 1, what am I saying? So the Hydra was like over here, kind of. And then the cavern that had dusk in it was back over that way, but it's completely filled in. Alright. So, Obsidian Greatsword. This greatsword, one of the rare dragon weapons, is formed by the tail of the one-eyed black dragon Kalameet, the last of the ancient dragons. The mystical power of its obsidian blade will be released when held with both hands. So, compared to the tail that we just saw, which had like the 7 branches coming from it, this doesn't look too much like it, and that's kind of what you guys in the chat were talking about with like the dragon weapons not exactly looking like the tails of the enemies that we fought. So let's go ahead and test out its strong R2. So I wonder if that's supposed to be like black flame or just flame in general. Okay, so we do see the darkness coming out of it. So maybe that just kind of alludes to the nature of Kalameet then as an ancient dragon. Which might work better for some of my points, but I mean, I'm still not like the biggest fan of the item's description. Really feels like it leaves you open though, and I say that as a Zweihander user. And then let's check out his ring. Oh, it's at the very bottom. Okay. A ring enchanted by the orange eye of Kalameet, the bringer of calamity. Doubles damage received by its wearer. A useless ring befitting of no finger, best left unknown or at least well hidden. Okay, so it does have the kind of same effect as the debuff that Kalameet gave us. Looks like a dragon eye. I wonder if that's kind of reminiscent of the humanity sprite. It doesn't really look like it. It's just kind of a passing thought, though. It's like the eye of the dragon, I guess. Actually, I wonder if this provides light. I don't think so, because I feel like other people would talk about it if it did. Black Bloom says the NPCs seem to treat Oolacile like a neighboring country, rather than being a few minutes away from Lordran. But its video games, distances are shortened. It could have been like a somewhat autonomous region. Kalameet already the last. So you guess every other dragon we fight is a descendant? Yeah. So let's double check that. Because I think I was just kind of in my head. The last of the ancient dragons. Yeah, I guess so. So let me look up that description again. in the Japanese real quick. Did you guys say it was a great axe on one of the spots? So maybe I'm going to guess that's probably a Fextra error. Yeah. So Fextra has it as this great axe, one of the rare dragon weapons. Whereas, as you can see right here, it says this great sword. So this is one of the reasons why I recommend not using Fextra. It's because they tend to have a bit of misinformation in there at times. So, at the very least, the English is consistent in calling it a greatsword. In the game, at least. Let me get a bit more water. Actually, I should have just used my bone. It's probably still faster. And then I can read during the animation. Alright. Alright, so as far as the Japanese goes, it describes him as being one of the last survivors of the everlasting dragons, essentially. Ancient everlasting dragons. So he is this very last survivor. And he's the single eye or one-eyed black dragon, Kalameet. And then everything else is pretty standard there. So, the Japanese is more explicit in calling him an everlasting dragon than just an ancient dragon, which might be disappointing to some of you. I don't really know how strongly you feel about that. But it is also a bit disappointing to me that even though he is like an everlasting dragon, he's described as having one eye when he kind of has like three on his model. Well, I guess it doesn't necessarily mean one singular eye. It could mean like a simple eye. And I don't know English well enough to describe it. So maybe like instead of a compound eye, it's just single eye. I don't know too much. Simple eye. Yeah, I don't know enough about biology to say for sure. Extra Life's terrible wiki. Neo 2's wiki is woefully incomplete. Yeah. And the worst is sometimes people will end up adding in what they believe, and it just kind of makes it through onto the page, and people just end up going with it because they don't know any better. So technically Seath is the last ancient dragon? Hold on, let me scroll back up. Z4 Seath says, you think Oolacile, just like New Londo, is just part of Lordran? Alda says, you believe that Oolacile is in Lordran, but you think they handle Lordran like the ancient Ireland and Wales. They have independent kings, but they recognize the High King Ardri, which would be the king of Anor, the High Chieftain of Heaven. Blackboom says, does it count Seath? You'd think he'd at least be an ancient dragon. So technically Seath is the last ancient dragon. I would need to double check Seath's stuff, but I don't think Seath is counted as an everlasting dragon because he doesn't have the scales of immortality. Tomas says it looks like the Sauron eye. Yeah. And Elda says, Seath is an asterisk ancient dragon. Also, the everlasting dragon survived, but nobody is supposed to know. It says that it was enchanted by his eye, not made of it. The Eye of Sauron. It's the Eye of the Tiger. Seath lost his Ancient Dragon membership when he threw in his lot with the gods and became the Duke of Men. You guess Seath being an honorary god would remove his dragon status? I feel like if the dragons are inseparable of their scales, it does call into question why Seath is called a white dragon, because he lacks the scales? Yeah, I don't know. Did the Japanese say one of the last? No, so for Kalameet it says he is the last one. Which I guess if Kalameet is already killed by the time of the base game, that would definitely rule out Seath as being the last survivor of the ancient everlasting dragons. Elda says, everlasting, you believe denotes his immortality, so you approve. His forehead eye is a dragon pearl. Okay. Let's talk to our buddies. Yeah, this should be good enough.
Why? Thou hast defeated Kalameet? Wondrously played. Lord Gwyn's blessing upon thee. That beast will never take to the skies again. This great bow, I shan't need it, but no dragons to hunt. I know not if a human could even operate it. But here, thy need outweighs mine. Now, do not mistake my words. I cherish
Alright, so that seems to be it.
Wood carving is a nuanced art. I would have much to talk about with that blacksmith. In truth, how is the old chap, I wonder? Still hammering away, I should hope. No, do...
Okay. I wonder if we go to Domhnall, if we can buy Ghost set now.
Farewell, proud human. May every honor be bestowed upon thee.
So despite us giving, or him giving us his bow, it's still here. In a way. So I don't think I actually read the bow description, so let's take a look at that now. Great bow used by Hawkeye Gough of Lord Gwyn's 4 knights for dragon slaying. This bow is larger than even those used by the famed dragon slayers. Only their leader, Gough, had the strength to handle it. So when we look at the stat parameters, it does require 27 strength to use, which is quite a lot actually. And okay, I think that's pretty much everything there. Not gonna bother hitting go. We've already seen everything with him. Thought he mentioned Kieran, but I guess he doesn't. We could leave her alone as well because we've already seen that stuff. And I wonder if Chester says anything. Probably not, but once again, worth checking out. Here I have this bow that's multiple times taller than you. I mean, considering how we were carrying around the Lord Vessel before, we could probably use the bow as well. He has a new greeting now? Katie says, well, that's what you get for giving them the benefit of the doubt. You thought they couldn't screw that up in Japanese? Or you just mean like the great axe thing with extra life? His forehead eye is a dragon pearl. Many merchants just have dung pies. You didn't realize how in demand poop was in this world. Return to monk. Gotta throw them poop pies at your enemies. And maybe Elizabeth will say something different too. I don't know.
Oh, for Juniper's sake.
Nothing. Not very surprising.
So long.
Probably warping in will be faster. Do they have a dedicated stall for poop in every market? Maybe. Did we trade Manus' soul to the Crow? Actually, we have not even fought Manus yet, so the answer is no. That'll be a tomorrow me problem. And speaking of which, I might do... Maybe I'll farm offline, or maybe I'll farm tomorrow, because killing Manus shouldn't take 4 hours. We still haven't done anything with Snuggly, or looking at any of the other boss souls. So I'll probably need to do a little bit of math offline to see how much souls will be necessary to upgrade enough weapons to show off all of the boss soul items.
Struggling, are we? If there's anything I can do, never hesitate to ask. Was thine that?
Alright, nothing there. Doesn't surprise me. Let's warp back to Firelink and see our buddy Domino, just in case he does sell Go stuff. Even though we've looked at it, I'm just kind of curious at this point. Let's not walk off the edge again. Shamai?
Aye, Shamai. I didn't...
Okay, I guess no items from Go. I forgot we bought Artorias' stuff.
Well, I'm certain. So the cursed ghost to... You are a fine trading partner. Rumor it may be, but I have heard of a surviving ancient dragon who resides in this land. A coterie of undead serves the dragon, as they train to become dragons themselves. Sounds unlikely, but you never know, do you? Thank you. That was a fine trade. I have this funny feeling we'll meet again soon, and you'll make another fine...
So, we've talked a little bit of what Domhnall said before, where he talks about the coterie of undead serving like an ancient dragon, essentially. It's more of a reference to the dragon of the Ash Lake. Wow. And he's not referencing Kalameet. And it is a little bit unfortunate that you don't really get anybody in the game who really pursues the path of the dragon to help flesh that covenant out a bit more. So let's go back to the Oolacile Township one just for now. Now let's go to the parish and then buy from Andre. Emlyn says, what part of Oolacile do you think Seath was looking into the dragon or the dark? I don't know if Seath was looking into Oolacile. I mean, he might have because of the Sanctuary Guardians, but I don't remember if there's anything that connects Seath to Oolacile at all. And Mathota, welcome back in. You said, is Elizabeth a firekeeper or just another lady trapped near a bonfire? I don't think we had to kindle up that bonfire, did we? I don't remember. If the bonfire starts with 10 S discharges, I would assume she would be a firekeeper in a way.
That's an odd ember you have there.
I guess I forgot to give it to him.
I know what you're thinking.
Okay.
But I'm no good with those. I'm a...
Oh, he only sells the shards, so I guess I did want to go see Go again. Oh well.
I'll be seeing...
I'll figure it out off stream. If you kill her, the bonfire stays active. Oh yeah, that's another good way to test it. Let's go into the Township. And then we'll continue our adventures into my favorite area in the game tomorrow. Crispin, welcome in. He said, makes sense he doesn't reference Kalameet, it being in the past and all. It doesn't drop a Firekeeper soul. All good rationales as to why Elizabeth probably is not a Firekeeper then. We find the pendant. Oh, the pendant and dusk in his golem, meaning he was gathering things from Oolacile for some reason. Okay, yeah, that's a kind of decent point, because the pendant is in his possession and there is dusk. There is always the question of whether or not the golems are a bit more autonomous, since they have people in them, because Sieglinde is in his tower, whereas the golden one is way far away from the archives. Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. I'll probably need to think about that a little bit more, but overall, I really don't know. I would almost assume that if humans are related to dragons and can potentially like grow scales of immortality or turn into ancient dragons, he might have just been studying that as well as the darkness, or just the nature of life in general, because that gets related to the crystal. And so he might have been looking into the dark aspects of life at times. Katie says, hi, adding NPCs when they didn't have time to add good level design for the second half of the game, that's funny. I mean, to be fair, like, the work to make an NPC versus a level would require different designers. But it's always a question of how much time and resources you can allocate to a project. Elda says, Oolacile magic may have a different providence compared to Seath magic. For instance, Oolacile seemed to not have the fundamental soul arrow techniques that indicates Seath school is the basis of something, and Oolacile needed the dark to invent combat magic. Yeah, so Oolacile's magics are quote-unquote gentle, and they don't rely on intelligence to cast their sorceries. Alright, everybody, but this is going to be it for the stream. Thank you for dropping in, leaving comments, and lurking. I appreciate it as always. We will be going live again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and hopefully you'll be able to join us then. Until then, stay safe and take care. See you next time.